People with high vibration show these three unusual signs. Your energy introduces you before you even speak. Every soul carries a frequency, a silent vibration that speaks louder than words. In this video, we'll explore the three unusual signs that reveal when your vibration is rising, as understood through the profound lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom. These signs aren't coincidences. They're messages from your higher self, guiding you toward awareness, alignment, and peace. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you noticed shifts in your energy, your relationships, or the way life responds to you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's uncover together what it truly means to live with a high vibration. Sign 1. Your body becomes a lie detector for your soul. Your body becomes a sacred compass for your soul, translating truth and deception into sensation. As your vibration rises and your spirituality deepens, the intelligence of your body awakens. It no longer functions as a mere physical shell, but as a living lie detector for your inner world. The moment you betray your truth, it reacts instantly. You feel a sharp migraine when you agree to something that contradicts your values, or a sudden nausea when your mouth prepares to say yes, while your heart whispers no. Sometimes it shows up as a bone-deep exhaustion that drains you when you stay in fake environments or relationships. These experiences are not random or meaningless. They are precise and sacred signals sent by your soul through your body to bring you back to alignment. As this spiritual awakening unfolds, your somatic intelligence and the deep communication between your consciousness and your cells comes online. You begin to notice how your breath shortens when you move away from your authentic self and how it relaxes the moment you return. Your posture collapses under inauthenticity, but naturally lengthens and opens in truth. The body no longer merely reacts to emotional stress. It starts responding to something far more subtle: frequency betrayal, the energetic dissonance that occurs when your outer actions betray your inner vibration. This new form of sensitivity is not weakness, but a higher form of perception, guiding you through every interaction, choice, and environment. When your vibration is high, dishonesty toward yourself or others becomes unbearable. Your biology rebels against anything that forces you to shrink, hide, or perform. The job that requires you to wear a mask, the relationship that asks you to silence your soul, the conversations that feed illusions, all of them become heavy, even toxic. Your body begins to act as your guardian, refusing to tolerate falsehoods. It will send you signals in the form of discomfort until you honor your truth again. This rebellion is sacred. It is the way your spirit protects its light through your biology. In this stage of spirituality, the body and soul merge into one coherent system, each vibration echoing through the other. The body is no longer a victim of stress, but a teacher of authenticity. It teaches you that truth feels like ease and alignment, while falsehood feels like tension and fatigue. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." That pain you feel when betraying yourself is not punishment, it is guidance. It is your higher self using your body as a bridge between the material and the divine. To live at a high vibration is to treat your body as your most honest oracle. Every breath becomes a prayer for truth, every heartbeat a pulse of inner knowing. You stop analyzing every decision with logic alone because your body already tells you what's right. It expands when aligned and contracts when misaligned. You begin to live from feeling rather than pretending, from embodiment rather than theory. This is the mark of true spiritual wisdom, not how much you know, but how deeply your entire being lives in truth. When your body speaks, listen closely. It is your soul speaking through the language of sensation, teaching you that spirituality is not something outside to seek, but something within to remember, embody, and become. Comment below. I trust my body's wisdom. If you're ready to align your energy with truth and live at a higher vibration. Sign 2. Synchronicity becomes your new language with reality. When you begin to raise your vibration, reality starts speaking back to you in a new language, synchronicity. It feels as though the universe responds to your thoughts in real time, weaving your inner world and the outer world into one continuous stream of communication. Suddenly, people say the exact phrase that was just running through your mind. You think of someone and cross paths with their loved ones the next day. Or you notice a simple sign or slogan that perfectly answers your silent question. These moments are not coincidences. They are signs of deep spiritual development. Carl Jung taught that when you become integrated, the wall between what's inside and what's outside begins to dissolve. The world stops being something that happens to you, and instead becomes something that happens with you. Life mirrors your psyche, acting as both a teacher and a reflection, guiding you toward greater awareness. At this stage of spirituality, you realize you are not merely watching life unfold, you are co-creating it. Your emotions, thoughts, and intentions are energy forms that ripple outward, shaping experiences and drawing matching frequencies back into your path. This realization brings both liberation and responsibility, because you can no longer hide behind the illusion of being a victim. Every reaction, every thought, every quiet belief sends out a vibration that calls forth something similar. You begin to see that reality itself is a living mirror, one that reflects not your wishes, but your level of consciousness. When your vibration is high, the signs come faster, the connections grow stronger, and the alignment between thought and manifestation becomes seamless. For a person of high vibration, synchronicity is not a random stroke of luck. It is sacred proof that you are in harmony with divine intelligence. The higher your frequency, the clearer your communication with the universe becomes. A peaceful mind attracts peaceful encounters. A heart full of gratitude opens doors effortlessly. Spirituality at this level is not about escaping reality, but about merging with it consciously, realizing that every external event is a symbolic echo of your internal state. When your energy is balanced, life becomes rhythmic, like a dance choreographed by something far greater than logic. This is the essence of true spiritual development, to live with such awareness that you recognize every coincidence as a message, every delay as divine timing, every meeting as a reflection of your inner evolution. Reality becomes your teacher, and synchronicity its language. The moment you accept this, you begin to walk as a conscious participant in creation itself. The universe no longer whispers, so you can hear it clearly, guiding you with signs, aligning you with purpose, and reminding you that your energy is the bridge between thought and manifestation. Sign 3. People polarize around you. Instant attraction or instant rejection. When your vibration is high, You start to notice how people react to you in extreme ways. Some are instantly drawn in, while others recoil without reason. It's not because of what you say or do, but because of the invisible frequency you carry. You walk into a room and suddenly feel the air shift. Strangers either open their hearts to you with trust and warmth, or become distant and uneasy. This polarity isn't random. It's the language of energy. Your frequency acts like a mirror, revealing what others are hiding from themselves. As Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." You become that mirror of understanding, reflecting the unacknowledged light and shadow within them. Those who respond with rejection are often reacting not to you, but to the part of themselves your presence exposes their insecurity, jealousy, or unhealed pain. Hatred becomes their way of avoiding that confrontation. On the other hand, admiration often arises when people sense in you the qualities they secretly desire to awaken within themselves: courage, calmness, authenticity, or spiritual freedom. Through spiritual wisdom, we learn that every encounter is energetic feedback. You don't attract people randomly. Your energy either harmonizes with or challenges theirs. That's why those with high vibration often experience intense reactions from others. They awaken something sleeping in those around them. Carl Jung taught that a truly integrated person becomes both light and shadow, balanced within themselves. When you reach this state, your very presence disrupts pretense. You become energetically loud in a quiet way. Even if you're not trying to be seen, people feel your presence because it exposes their own hidden dissonance. You might not seek attention, yet eyes follow you. Conversations shift when you arrive. People remember you long after you've gone. This isn't ego. It's authenticity resonating at a frequency that cannot blend into the background. If you've ever wondered why you can't remain invisible even when you want to, this is why. Your vibration carries the imprint of truth, and truth always stirs reactions. Some will love you because they recognize that same truth within themselves. Others will resist because it shakes the illusions they've built. But both reactions mean your presence has meaning. It brings awareness. As Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. You remind others, consciously or not, that the journey of awakening begins within. So if people either embrace you completely or turn away suddenly, take it not as a burden, but as a sign that your frequency has evolved. You are no longer here to please or perform. You are here to embody. Your energy is honest, and that honesty polarizes. Through this, you are fulfilling one of the deepest truths of spiritual awakening. When your vibration rises, you no longer adapt to the world's noise. You make it quieter. As we explore the deeper truth behind why high vibration souls often polarize those around them, remember, your energy speaks before you do. If you've recognized moments when people either feel drawn to your light or uncomfortable in your presence, it means your vibration is evolving. Comment below. My energy reveals truth, to affirm your awareness and celebrate your spiritual growth. Stay tuned. Your next transformation begins with the next insight. 4. What these 3 signs really mean. Jungian individuation and coherence. High vibration is not about being flawless or endlessly positive. It is about inner coherence, the state where every part of you, light and shadow alike, moves in harmony. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the integration of opposites within the psyche. When you stop suppressing your contradictions and instead embrace them, something remarkable happens inside you. You begin to radiate a stable energy that feels both grounded and powerful. Your vibration becomes an expression of spiritual awakening, not an act of striving for perfection. True spirituality isn't about pretending to be enlightened. It's about being radically honest with yourself, facing the chaos within, and transforming it into a living order. When your inner world becomes clear, you no longer seek peace outside of you. You embody it. Your body becomes the first messenger of this new alignment. It knows when something or someone is not resonating with your truth. You might feel an instant tightness in your chest when someone speaks inauthentically, or an exhaustion that comes from being around lower vibrations. This is not weakness, it is wisdom. Your somatic awareness has evolved to protect your integrity. The body, as Jung suggested, carries the wisdom of the unconscious. When your inner being is coherent, every cell vibrates in the rhythm of your truth. What others call sensitivity is in fact your soul's shield. You are no longer available for falseness because your nervous system refuses to participate in energy that dishonors your essence. This is the first sign of high vibration. Your body becomes your spiritual compass, guiding you toward what strengthens your soul and away from what depletes it. Then reality itself begins to change its texture. You notice patterns, coincidences, and alignments that seem impossible to explain. You think of someone, and they appear. You make a decision from your heart, and doors begin to open effortlessly. This synchronicity is what Jung described as the acausal connecting principle, where the inner world and the outer world mirror each other. The universe no longer feels random. It feels responsive. It speaks your language because you have become fluent in your own soul. When your thoughts, emotions, and actions are in coherence, reality reflects that harmony back to you. The more conscious you are, the faster life mirrors your energy. This is not magic, it is resonance. The clearer your vibration, the clearer the reflection you receive. And people begin to react to your energy in ways that can surprise you. Some are magnetically drawn to you, while others become uncomfortable in your presence. You notice that your calmness unsettles those who thrive on chaos. Your truth irritates those who live behind masks, and your light amplifies the shadows others refuse to face. This is not your fault, nor is it your responsibility to fix. High vibration is polarizing because your energy acts as a mirror that reveals hidden aspects in others. Some will love you for showing them what they can become, while others will resent you for exposing what they still deny. Jung said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Your very existence becomes catalytic. People either evolve around you or retreat from you. These are not badges of enlightenment or rewards for being good. They are natural consequences of becoming whole. The more you integrate your inner world, the more your external world reorganizes to match that vibration. Spiritual awakening is not about floating above life. It is about being deeply rooted in truth. When you live with coherence, your body, your reality, and your relationships all align with the same frequency of authenticity. This is the quiet power of high vibration It doesn't seek to impress or prove. It simply is. And in its stillness, it transforms everything it touches. 5. The big danger: spiritual ego and psychic inflation. One of the most dangerous traps on the path of spirituality is the illusion of spiritual superiority, what Carl Jung described as psychic inflation. It happens subtly when your ego begins to wear the mask of enlightenment, convincing you that your spiritual growth makes you special or more evolved than others. You start to mistake awareness for achievement, confusing spiritual insight with personal importance. This false elevation isn't high vibration. It's the ego's clever way of surviving through spiritual language. The more you talk about how awakened you are, the more you drift away from true spiritual development, because genuine awakening has nothing to do with appearing enlightened. It's about becoming deeply human again. You can recognize this trap when you constantly feel the need to talk about how different or advanced you've become, or when you use your spiritual experiences to separate yourself from others rather than unite with them. It may show up as the subtle need to be validated, to be seen as the one who understands, who knows. But the moment your spirituality requires an audience, it loses its purity. True growth doesn't seek recognition. It simply radiates through presence. Jung warned that the ego, when inflated by spiritual power, becomes even more dangerous because it disguises its hunger for superiority as light. The mind begins to whisper that you've reached a higher level, when in truth, the most advanced souls are the most humble ones. Those who carry genuinely high vibration do not announce it. They don't boast about their synchronicities, nor do they speak endlessly about their frequency. Their light speaks for them through the calmness in their tone, the gentleness of their actions, and the quiet peace that surrounds them. They know that being truly spiritual is not about proving anything. It's about living truthfully. Their power is quiet, yet unmistakable, like sunlight that warms without shouting its existence. They understand that the divine does not need to prove itself through noise, and neither should they. The essence of true spiritual development lies in remembering that you are not the source, but the channel, not the light itself, but the lens through which it shines. When you embody this awareness, humility replaces pride, gratitude replaces comparison, and peace replaces performance. Spirituality becomes less about showing how far you've come and more about how present you can be in this moment. The real mark of high vibration is not detachment from others, but deeper compassion for them. It's in how gently you respond to pain, how patiently you forgive, and how quietly you serve without expecting recognition. Leave your likes and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any future insights on higher consciousness and Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. Remember, true awakening isn't about feeling superior. It's about staying humble in your growth and aware of your own shadows. Type in the comments, "I choose awareness over ego." 6. The final stage. High vibration becomes normal, not a performance. When your vibration reaches its highest level, life stops feeling like something you need to perform and starts becoming a quiet expression of who you truly are. You no longer chase signs, seek spiritual validation, or cling to labels to define your worth. Everything begins to unfold naturally. Your body instinctively rejects what's false. You sense energies without explanation, and synchronicities feel less like miracles and more like the natural rhythm of your life. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And at this stage, you finally understand what that means. You can no longer try to be spiritual, because spirituality is not something to achieve. It's the essence of your being. You stop looking for meaning in every small thing and start trusting that meaning is already woven into everything. With this spiritual wisdom, you begin to accept the deeper responsibility that comes with clarity. You see how your choices shape your experiences, yet you don't fall into self-blame. You face uncomfortable truths without turning away, because honesty feels lighter than illusion. You no longer crave comfort in ignorance or validation from others, for you've realized that authenticity brings a peace that no external approval can offer. Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And so, you begin the quiet revolution within yourself, seeing your patterns clearly, no longer fighting them, but transforming them with awareness and compassion. The real work, you discover, is not to appear awakened, but to live awake, to move through this world with integrity, humility, and quiet courage. You stop performing goodness and start embodying truth. High vibration isn't about constant positivity or escaping darkness. It's about standing in light while accepting that shadows still exist. You become like still water calm, deep and unwavering, even when storms pass overhead. You realize that every person around you is also walking their own sacred path, and instead of judgment, you feel empathy. Spirituality is no longer a destination, but a daily practice of presence, where every breath, word, and action becomes a reflection of your soul's alignment. You walk this path not to prove you're enlightened, but to live truthfully, courageously, and compassionately, with the understanding that the highest vibration is not to be above others, but to be fully, humbly, and authentically yourself. When your vibration is high, life doesn't just get easier, it becomes aligned. You begin to attract people, experiences, and opportunities that match your inner frequency. Remember, your energy introduces you before you even speak, so protect it and nurture it every day. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that continue to elevate your spiritual journey. The empath's most dangerous transformation, Carl Jung's final warning. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. There comes a moment in every empath's life when their kindness stops being a weakness and becomes their greatest weapon. This is the moment of dangerous transformation, when compassion evolves into clarity and sensitivity becomes strength. Jung warned that the awakened empath is no longer easily controlled, because they have learned to see the truth behind every mask. In today's video, we'll explore what happens when the light inside you learns to defend itself. Have you ever felt that your empathy has both healed and hurt you? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your story might inspire someone who's still finding their power. 1. The awakening of the dangerous empath. Carl Jung described the awakening of the dangerous empath as the moment a deeply kind and sensitive soul finally realizes their true power. And this transformation is not rooted in aggression, but in clarity. Because once you begin to trust your perceptions and stop doubting what your inner knowing has been telling you for years, you instantly become immune to the subtle manipulations that once shaped your choices. This shift marks a true spiritual awakening, where spirituality is no longer something you practice only in quiet moments, but something that lives inside every decision you make, because you start recognizing that your sensitivity was never a flaw. It was your compass. As this awareness strengthens, you begin integrating the parts of yourself you were taught to suppress, the quiet anger that protects your boundaries, the intuition that senses what words try to hide, and the deep emotional intelligence that notices the undercurrents others ignore. And instead of trying to appear easygoing, you allow these parts to rise and unify, forming a self that is whole, grounded, and impossible to deceive. This integration changes how you move through the world because you stop apologizing for your awareness, no longer softening the truth to protect someone else's comfort, and no longer shrinking to make yourself more palatable. You become the kind of empath who can look at a situation and see all the layers at once, not just what someone says, but what they mean. Not just the story they present, but the intention beneath it. This is what Jung meant when he said that the kindest souls become dangerous once they understand themselves. They stop abandoning their inner truth to keep the peace, and they stop confusing kindness with self-sacrifice. You learn that saying no is not cruelty, it is clarity. You learn that stepping away is not coldness, it is self-respect. And you begin to see that your sensitivity once used against you is actually your most precise form of intelligence. As this transformation deepens, your relationships shift. You no longer respond to guilt, flattery, or urgency the way you once did, because your intuition now sits in the driver's seat, and the patterns that used to trap you lose their power. Instead of absorbing other people's emotions, you observe them. Instead of trying to fix everything, you choose what actually aligns with your values. Instead of over-explaining, you let your boundaries stand on their own. Professionally, this awakening reveals your creative power because you stop agreeing to roles that depend on your silence or compliance, and you step into responsibilities that honor your depth and your insight. You discover that your presence itself becomes more commanding, not loud, not forceful, but unmistakably grounded. At its core, this is the transformation Jung warned us about. When an empath stops being controlled by fear, confusion, or self-doubt, they become a person who cannot be manipulated, and that makes them dangerous only to the patterns that once thrived on their softness. Their sensitivity becomes strength, their intuition becomes strategy, and their inner light, once dimmed to comfort others, begins to shine with quiet authority. And when this happens, the empath no longer moves through life as someone who survives the world. They move through it as someone who can finally see it clearly. If this message resonates with you, comment below. I am stepping into my dangerous awakening. Your words help anchor your transformation and support our spiritual wisdom community. 2. From victimhood to conscious power. Empaths spend much of their lives moving through families, workplaces, and relationships as emotional shock absorbers, quietly taking on pain that was never theirs to hold. And Jung explained that this pattern does not come from pure love. but from an unconscious fear of abandonment that conditions you to soothe others before you soothe yourself, making you believe that peace depends on how well you bury your own needs. Yet this fragile balance eventually shatters, usually through a deep betrayal that forces you into a moment of undeniable truth, where the breakdown becomes the doorway to a higher form of spiritual development and the awakening of the self you once hid to survive. In that moment, you begin to see clearly how long you've mistaken self-sacrifice for loyalty, how often you diluted your intuition just to maintain harmony, and how deeply you believed that love had to be earned through endurance. As the shock settles, something powerful rises. The parts of you that were pushed into the shadows, your instincts, your intelligence, your emotional boundaries, and the righteous anger you were taught to suppress, emerge as strength, clarity, and inner truth, revealing that your sensitivity was never a curse, but a form of spirituality that becomes sharper once you stop giving yourself away. This shift is what Jung described as shadow integration, the moment when you stop existing as the wounded healer and begin reconnecting with the self you abandoned long ago. And this integration turns the empath into someone dangerous only because they can no longer be manipulated by guilt, chaos, or emotional games. You start recognizing patterns before they unfold, sensing truth beneath tone, and refusing to shrink yourself just to keep the peace. And because you finally see your own worth, the old survival behaviors dissolve. People-pleasing loses its grip. Silence is no longer your prison, and relationships built on emotional imbalance can no longer survive your presence. This transformation deepens as you reclaim your own energy, no longer pouring your compassion into people who drain it, no longer apologizing for your intuition, and no longer trying to heal others at the cost of wounding yourself. And what once felt like weakness becomes your inner authority, guiding you toward connections that honor your emotional truth rather than exploit it. Through this awakening, you become someone who does not fear losing people who were never committed, someone who embraces conflict when necessary because truth matters more than approval, and someone who recognizes that love without boundaries is not love, but self-erasure. Jung believed that this stage is where an empath becomes whole, because you stop living from fear and begin living from consciousness, stepping fully into the person you were meant to be before the world taught you to disappear. And as this transformation unfolds, its message becomes unmistakable. You were never meant to carry suffering that was not yours. You were never meant to trade your peace for acceptance. And you were never meant to forget your own power in order to keep others comfortable. True spiritual development begins when you stop abandoning yourself, when you trust the wisdom of your sensitivity, and when you choose to stand in the clarity that has been inside you all along. 3. Shadow integration and psychological wholeness. In the language of Carl Jung, this stage of your evolution is the nigredo, the inner dusk where the false self finally collapses under the weight of truth. And for an empath, this collapse almost always begins with betrayal. Betrayal forces you to look at the very things you tried to avoid, because the moment someone breaks what little trust you had left, the unconscious rises to the surface with a force you can no longer suppress. It is the breaking point that becomes the breakthrough, pulling you into a depth of awareness you didn't know you possessed. There is no coming to consciousness without pain, Jung warned. And this is the precise moment when that truth becomes real within you. As the emotional chaos settles, something extraordinary forms inside you. A calm that is not numbness, but integration. Your emotions and your intellect stop fighting each other and instead merge into a single, razor-sharp lens through which you see people clearly, not through fear, not through hope, and not through the stories you once told yourself to maintain peace. This alignment between truth and perception is the birth of psychological wholeness, and manipulators feel it immediately, even before you do. They sense that you are no longer accessible in the old way, because the buttons they used to push no longer exist. The version of you who absorbed blame, softened red flags, and excused harmful behavior has quietly died. From this inner stillness, your voice changes. You don't speak from anger, you speak from precision. You no longer raise your voice, yet your words strike with the accuracy of someone who finally sees all the invisible patterns at play. This is why your clarity terrifies people who once depended on your confusion. They cannot twist your emotions because your inner world is no longer fragmented. They cannot pull you into arguments because you no longer dance with dysfunction. You simply state the truth as it is, and the truth itself becomes confrontation without needing confrontation. This shift is subtle but powerful. You stop explaining your boundaries, and you stop apologizing for seeing what you see. You stop mistaking kindness for silence, and you stop negotiating your worth. As you integrate your shadow, the part of you that once held fear, hurt, denial, and old patterns, you become someone who cannot be deceived, because everything that once hid in darkness is now illuminated from within. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And in this transformation, you finally reclaim authorship over your fate. What truly makes the empath dangerous is not aggression, harshness, or emotional withdrawal. What makes you dangerous is your wholeness. It is the steady, grounded awareness that sees through manipulation before it begins. The calm refusal to engage in chaos. The silence that exposes lies more effectively than confrontation ever could. You become the kind of person who dismantles illusion simply by telling the truth plainly. Your presence becomes a mirror that people with hidden motives cannot tolerate, because your clarity reveals everything they hoped you wouldn't notice. And in this integrated state, you finally understand that your greatest power was never your sensitivity alone. Your real power is the union of sensitivity and awareness, the ability to walk through darkness with light that does not flicker, and to recognize that the most dangerous empath is the one who can no longer be controlled by anything outside of themselves. Have you ever faced your shadow and embraced it with compassion? If you have, share your experience in the comments to inspire others on their path of healing. If not, the comment, "I'm ready to face my shadow," today marks the beginning of your journey toward psychological wholeness. 4. Selective empathy and boundaries. Selective empathy is the moment an awakened empath learns that loving everyone without limits is not divine. It is self-erasure. True spirituality teaches that compassion without boundaries leads to exhaustion, and empathy without discernment becomes emotional dependency. Boundaries are not cold walls. They are sacred lines that define where your light ends and another's begins. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the awakening of the soul into its authentic self, free from the prison of others' expectations. To care selectively is to love consciously, with awareness rather than impulse. It means understanding that you can hold compassion for someone's pain without making their suffering your home. When you stop rescuing everyone, you begin rescuing yourself. Boundaries are not rejection. They are the language of self-respect. They teach others how to meet you, how to value your time, and how to honor your energy. This is not selfishness. It is clarity. Imagine empathy as a river. Without banks, it floods and destroys. With boundaries, it flows with strength, direction, and purpose. You are that river. When you allow your energy to spill into every broken vessel, you weaken your current. But when you create banks of discernment, you nourish the land that truly receives you. Selective empathy does not mean loving less. It means loving wisely. It transforms pity into empowerment and obligation into conscious choice. You stop giving from guilt and start giving from wholeness. Jung's vision of individuation is not about separating from the world, but returning to it with your soul intact. It is the sacred journey from reaction to response, from confusion to clarity, from people-pleasing to peace. In spiritual awakening, you learn that every no, said with truth, creates space for a deeper yes aligned with your purpose. You stop absorbing every emotion around you like a sponge and start radiating light like a lighthouse guiding, not drowning. This is the heart of spiritual maturity. Understanding that love without boundaries becomes chaos, and empathy without structure becomes suffering. As you evolve, you begin to recognize the difference between compassion that heals and compassion that depletes. You no longer apologize for protecting your peace, because peace is your highest service to the world. When you stand firm in your truth, you allow others to find theirs. And this is where spirituality and spiritual awakening converge, where empathy becomes strength, boundaries become freedom, and your soul finally stands unshaken in its own divine clarity. 5. Trusting intuition and reclaiming power. You begin to awaken the moment you stop doubting your own perceptions and start honoring what your soul has always whispered. This is where spirituality becomes a living force, and spiritual development transforms from theory into embodied truth. When you start trusting your intuition instead of dismissing it, you instantly become immune to gaslighting, because you no longer rely on external validation to confirm what you already know internally. The empath, who once absorbed everyone's emotions unconsciously, now evolves into a conscious observer who sees manipulation in real time, yet chooses not to engage. You begin to understand that awareness itself is power, because you can see through illusion and still stay calm within it. And as Carl Jung wrote, true power is not about domination. It is having the capacity to destroy, but choosing not to. In that restraint lies your quiet authority. You realize that every reaction, once stolen by fear, now becomes a deliberate response guided by clarity. When others try to provoke you, you no longer defend or justify. You simply recognize energy for what it is and decide if it deserves your participation. This is emotional maturity at its highest form, where control no longer comes from suppressing feelings, but from mastering the energy behind them. Your silence begins to speak louder than your words. Your boundaries radiate self-respect, and your presence naturally commands peace. In this state, you embody compassion without becoming a savior, because you finally understand that saving yourself first is what truly serves others. The empath's transformation is not about becoming harder. It's about becoming clearer. You no longer mistake empathy for obligation or kindness for submission. You understand that saying no is a sacred act of self-love, and holding space for your truth is the most profound expression of compassion. You integrate the shadow you once feared, your anger, your grief, your intuition, your authority. And in doing so, you stop fragmenting yourself to fit into other people's comfort zones. Integration gives you freedom, and freedom gives you peace. You no longer hide your fire to keep others warm. You learn to be the steady flame that lights your own path, illuminating truth without burning yourself out. From this awareness, daily life becomes a spiritual practice. Before you respond, you check in with your body. What does my intuition feel right now? You let silence guide you before words do. You allow truth to rise without rushing it. Every decision becomes a reflection of inner trust rather than external pressure. You start noticing that energy never lies, and manipulation can't exist where there is awareness. You stop absorbing pain that isn't yours, because you now see it clearly and release it with compassion. And as this mastery unfolds, you realize that spiritual development is not about becoming untouchable, it's about becoming unshakable. You hold your peace like a sacred instrument, and your restraint becomes the ultimate symbol of strength. You live Carl Jung's insight every day. Real power is measured by what you choose not to destroy. Through trust, awareness, and integration, you become your own sanctuary, a living embodiment of spirituality grounded in truth, grace, and unwavering self-respect. If this message helped you trust your inner voice a little more, don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on reclaiming your power and walking boldly in your truth. 6. The mirror effect and ethical strength. When an empath truly awakens, they become a living mirror reflecting truth so clearly that it leaves no place for deceit to hide. Around them, those who are genuine feel a deep sense of safety, while those who manipulate feel the walls closing in, exposed by the empath's quiet discernment. Yet as Carl Jung warned, when the shadow is integrated without moral grounding, the line between clarity and corruption begins to blur. Power, when not guided by compassion, becomes a weapon disguised as wisdom. True spiritual wisdom lies not in seeing everything, but in knowing what to do with what you see. Some awakened souls use their insight to heal. Others, consumed by pain, use it to punish. The difference lies in intention. An empath who walks the higher path chooses conscious love that is not naive, but fierce and discerning. It is the love that tells the truth even when it trembles, that protects without controlling, that forgives without forgetting the lesson. When your empathy evolves into awareness, you begin to understand that sensitivity is not weakness, but refined perception. You see through manipulation, not to judge, but to liberate yourself from it. Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. To know your darkness is to take responsibility for your shadow before it takes responsibility for you. It is to understand that your emotional radar, once used for pleasing others, can now be used to honor truth." But Jung's final warning echoes. If you awaken your shadow without anchoring it in ethics, you risk becoming what once hurt you. Many empaths fall into this trap, mistaking control for care or revenge for justice until they realize that power without love is hollow. To live with spiritual wisdom means to choose awareness over impulse. It is not about proving others wrong, but about staying right within yourself. Every boundary you set becomes a statement of self-respect. Every silence you keep becomes a refusal to feed chaos. You do not fight darkness with more darkness. You disarm it with clarity. You learn to walk away, not out of fear, but out of faith that peace is more valuable than validation. And so, the empath's most dangerous transformation is not the ability to expose others. It is the ability to stay kind while being fully awake. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To live this truth is to let your empathy mature into strength, your perception into purpose, and your heart into an instrument of discernment. When you combine compassion with conscience, love becomes both your sword and your shield. This is the sacred balance of power and mercy, the mark of a true, awakened empath who no longer absorbs the world's pain, but transforms it into light. 7. Transformation in relationships and society. In love, the awakened empath no longer confuses chaos for passion or emotional rescue for love. They now crave emotional maturity, honesty, and balance. They are no longer drawn to drama or the thrill of fixing others, because their spiritual awakening has taught them that true connection is born from clarity, not confusion. They stop chasing those who drain their peace, and instead, they become magnetic to those who meet them in truth. Every relationship now reflects the level of their healing. Those built on illusion dissolve, and those rooted in authenticity grow stronger. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." For the awakened empath, fate is no longer a trap of unhealed patterns, but a conscious choice made through awareness. In family dynamics, this transformation shakes the foundation of old roles. The empath, who once absorbed everyone's pain, who once played the peacemaker, fixer, or silent sufferer, begins to withdraw from those toxic scripts. They stop trying to save what refuses to change and understand that healing does not mean carrying everyone's burdens. Their refusal to participate in dysfunction forces the system to evolve or collapse. And this collapse, though painful, is sacred. It reveals the truth that love without respect is control, and loyalty without boundaries is self-betrayal. Through this process, spirituality becomes practical. It is not about endless forgiveness, but about alignment with what honors the soul. The awakened empath finally says, "This is where the cycle ends with me," turning generational pain into generational wisdom. At work, their perception sharpens like light through a prism. They no longer endure environments fueled by manipulation, fear, or power games. They sense toxicity before it takes form, hearing the hidden tones behind words and feeling the weight of false intentions. The awakened empath aligns their career with integrity and purpose, choosing work that nourishes rather than depletes. They understand that success without peace is failure in disguise, and so they walk away from anything that compromises their spirit, even if it looks impressive from the outside. In doing so, they redefine success not as status, but as authenticity. their spiritual awakening becomes a silent revolution against exploitation, proving that peace and purpose can coexist. In friendships, they no longer gather people to fill a void, but to share a vibration. Their circle grows smaller, yet more radiant. They no longer feel guilty for outgrowing those who refuse to evolve, because they have learned that energy is sacred currency. They now invest only in relationships where there is reciprocity, not obligation. Their presence no longer feeds dysfunction. It fuels truth. Every conversation, every connection becomes a mirror reflecting the depth of their growth. Friendships built on gossip or pretense fade, replaced by those who honor presence, honesty, and growth. Through all of this, the empath becomes what Jung once called the fully integrated individual, one who embraces both light and shadow without losing compassion. They no longer live at the mercy of emotions. They master them. They no longer seek belonging through pain. They embody it through peace. Their spirituality is no longer an escape, but a grounded awareness that transforms every corner of their life. Love becomes conscious. Family becomes truthful. Work becomes aligned, and friendship becomes sacred. This is the empath's true awakening, a life no longer powered by suffering, but illuminated by discernment, strength, and spiritual wisdom. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss more deep insights like this. Let's raise collective awareness and heal together through spiritual wisdom. Comment below. I am transforming with love and purpose. If you're ready to create conscious relationships and a better world. 8. Death and rebirth of identity. The death and rebirth of identity is one of the most profound stages of spirituality and spiritual development, because it forces you to confront the painful truth that not everything you once were is meant to follow you into the person you are becoming. Carl Jung said that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and you begin to understand this the moment you feel the old layers of your identity starting to fall away. The moment you realize that the roles you performed for acceptance, the patterns you kept for survival, and the personas you wore for love are no longer compatible with the truth rising within you. This inner shedding feels like loss, even when it is liberation. And as your false self begins to die, it brings with it a kind of grief that is difficult to explain, because you are not just letting go of people or habits. You are letting go of the version of yourself you presented to the world for years. And as this older identity dissolves, relationships that once felt familiar begin to feel distant. Conversations that once comforted you start to drain you, and environments that once felt like home become places where you can no longer breathe. What many people call loneliness appears, but for the empath in transformation, this loneliness slowly becomes sacred. It becomes a sanctuary where you finally hear your intuition without interference. A place where you no longer carry the weight of trying to be who everyone expects you to be. In this solitude, you begin to understand that separation is not abandonment. It is alignment. You are not losing people. You are losing illusions. You are not breaking down. You are breaking open. This phase is the metamorphosis Jung spoke of, the inner death that makes rebirth possible. And even though this transformation feels heavy, it is the first time you start to sense your real strength. The empath, who once absorbed every emotion around them, begins to recognize what is theirs and what is not. The person who once shaped themselves to fit the room begins to reshape the room with their presence. You start to understand that your sensitivity, once treated as a weakness, was always your compass. And now that you are no longer hiding it, it becomes your power. As the false identity continues to fall away, you stop apologizing for your boundaries, you stop explaining your intuition, and you stop negotiating your worth. You begin choosing peace over approval, truth over comfort, and authenticity over belonging. And with every internal shift, you step closer to the person you were always meant to be before the world taught you to shrink. This is the quiet rebirth, not loud, not dramatic, but steady and undeniable, the moment you finally see yourself without distortion. It is the moment the empath evolves from a passive absorber of energy into an aware guardian of their own inner world. It is the moment you realize that the old self did not die because something was wrong with you, but because something powerful was awakening inside you. And as you continue walking forward, you begin to see that the death of the false self was not an ending. It was the beginning of the truest chapter of your spiritual development. The chapter where you finally live from your essence instead of your wounds, from your clarity instead of your fear, and from your inner truth instead of the expectations that once shaped your entire life. 9. Practical path to integration. You begin this path of inner integration by acknowledging suppressed emotions, because the truth is that the feelings you bury do not dissolve. They crystallize into quiet patterns that shape your choices without your consent. When you dare to name your grief, your irritation, your disappointment, your fear, or the exhaustion you have carried for years, you take back authorship of your inner life. Carl Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is the cornerstone of your transformation. Allowing yourself to see what you once hid. As you breathe into these emotions instead of resisting them, your nervous system learns that truth is safer than denial, and you begin to release the weight you once mistook for personality. From this emotional clarity, you can finally reclaim your intuition and your self-trust, the two abilities society often trains empaths to abandon. You override your inner no to keep the peace. You silence your instinct to avoid conflict. And you distrust your own perception because others tell you that you are too sensitive. But intuition is not a weakness, it is guidance. Self-trust is not arrogance, it is alignment. When you start honoring even the smallest signals, a tight jaw, a sudden exhaustion, a shift in your gut, you begin rebuilding the internal compass that has always loved you. Self-trust grows not from perfection, but from keeping small promises to yourself until your inner voice becomes stronger than the noise around you. With this renewed clarity, you learn to practice selective empathy, a core expression of spiritual wisdom that protects you from emotional burnout. You no longer confuse compassion with responsibility because you finally understand that loving someone does not mean carrying their entire emotional world. You are allowed to witness without absorbing, to care without collapsing, to support without sacrificing your own well-being. You ask yourself simple but powerful questions. Is this mine to hold? Is this the right moment? Am I the right person? And if any answer is no, you step back with grace instead of guilt. knowing that boundaries do not limit love, they refine it. This inner strength naturally leads you to speak truth without fear, because silence that protects a lie becomes a slow betrayal of your soul. Your words do not have to be loud to be powerful. They only need to be clean. When you say what you truly mean, even with a shaking voice, you reclaim integrity as a lived practice instead of a concept. You discover who respects your honesty and who depended on your silence. Jung reminded us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And truth-telling is one of the ways you honor that privilege every day. Finally, you build new boundaries and values your internal architecture for a life you can stand inside with dignity. Without boundaries, your empathy becomes a weapon others can use against you. With boundaries, it becomes a gift that flows instead of drains. You define what you will always protect: your rest, your solitude, your prayer, your creativity, your mental clarity, your emotional safety, and what you will no longer negotiate: disrespect, manipulation, guilt-driven expectations, or spiritual bypassing disguised as love. These vows become the quiet laws of your sovereignty, guiding your choices with steadiness instead of fear. When these practices weave together, feeling what you suppressed, trusting what you know, loving with discernment, speaking your truth, and honoring your values, you shift from survival into sovereignty. You no longer live as a sponge for other people's chaos, but as a steward of your own energy. This is the empath's most dangerous transformation, the one Carl Jung foresaw. Not a descent into harshness, but a rise into clarity, where your compassion finally has structure and your light finally has protection. 10. Becoming whole and dangerous to exploitation. Integrated empaths are not cold. They are complete, and this completeness is what makes them powerful in a world that once fed on their softness. They embody a balance that many people never reach: strong yet soft, compassionate yet boundaried, loving yet independent, sensitive yet unmanipulable. As you step into this level of inner integration, you begin to understand why Carl Jung warned that the most spiritually awakened empath becomes dangerous, not because they harm others, but because they can no longer be controlled by systems built on exploitation, gaslighting, and deceit. Every part of you that once apologized for existing now stands in alignment with itself, and that alignment becomes your shield. This transformation begins the moment you stop chasing approval and realize you no longer need permission to trust what you feel. When you cease outsourcing your sense of truth, the old power structures around you crumble. You recognize that what you once called kindness was sometimes a survival strategy, a way to keep peace, avoid conflict, and protect others from their own emotions. As your spirituality deepens, you reclaim your intuition not as a vague emotional reaction, but as a precise form of intelligence that reveals who is genuine and who is simply familiar with your triggers. With this clarity, you learn to separate compassion from compliance. Compassion honors your heart, while compliance sacrifices your boundaries. Once you understand the difference, you stop rescuing people from consequences they created. You stop translating disrespect into excuses like "they're stressed," and you stop stepping into roles you were never meant to carry. Every boundary you set without guilt sharpens your spiritual awakening, making your energy clearer and warmer, no longer distorted by fear or people-pleasing. This is when you start seeing the architecture of manipulation without absorbing it. You notice the tone that does not match the words, the stories that keep shifting, the apologies that only work if you silence yourself. When you trust these signals, deceit loses its power because it can no longer root itself in your compassion. As your inner balance strengthens, your worth detaches from self-sacrifice and reconnects to self-respect. Instead of giving to be chosen, you give from overflow. Instead of performing for love, you offer connection honestly. Instead of clinging to relationships built on potential, you choose those built on reciprocity. These choices make you dangerous in the most necessary way, because you no longer provide predators with the hiding places they used to find in your empathy. You stop being available to emotional chaos and start being consistent with yourself, saying no without apology, forgiving without reopening doors, loving without abandoning your own clarity, and listening without losing the sound of your own voice. This is the posture that intimidates exploitative people. You cannot be gaslit because you now verify. You cannot be drained because you now protect your energy. You cannot be deceived because you trust the truth your body communicates before your mind rationalizes it away. Each time you choose truth over harmony, you shift from peacekeeping to peacemaking. Peacekeeping silences you to keep others comfortable, but peacemaking restores what is real, even if it disrupts the illusion. This marks the moment your empathy evolves from a wound into a strength, from a liability into a gift, from a soft target into a clear presence that is loving but not permissive. In this integrated state, you no longer audition for acceptance or negotiate your worth. You belong to yourself more than to anyone's narrative, and with that belonging comes discernment. You no longer confuse intensity for intimacy, attention for affection, or proximity for loyalty. You no longer let gratitude blind you to patterns of entitlement. This is what makes the awakened empath truly dangerous to exploitation, not rage, not bitterness, but coherence. A coherent empath cannot be talked out of what they know, shamed into giving what they do not owe, or manipulated into rebuilding cages they have already outgrown. In this wholeness, your sensitivity becomes the wise instrument it was always meant to be tuned to truth, anchored in self-respect, and aligned with a spirituality that protects your light rather than draining it. In the end, Jung's warning is clear. When an empath finally integrates their shadow, trusts their intuition, and stops allowing the world to define their worth, they become someone who can no longer be controlled. This transformation isn't about becoming dangerous to others. It's about becoming unshakable within yourself. If this message from spiritual wisdom resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, healing, and inner awakening. Carl Jung's 7 genius tricks to break free from manipulators. People don't trick you because they're smarter. They trick you because they know where you're blind. Carl Jung once said, that what remains unconscious controls your life until you make it conscious. Every day, we meet people who try to shape our emotions, twist our words, or quietly pull our strings, not always out of malice, but out of habit, fear, or power. But what if you could see through it all? What if you could recognize the invisible games being played around you and reclaim your power with calm awareness? In today's video, Carl Jung's 7 Genius Tricks to Break Free from Manipulators will uncover how to rise above subtle control and walk through life with clarity, confidence, and emotional independence. Comment below. Have you ever realized someone was manipulating you only after it was too late? Let's explore this truth together here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Mirror defense. Manipulators despise being exposed because their control depends on your emotional reaction. When you stay calm and mirror their behavior instead of reacting, you quietly dismantle their illusion of power. Reflecting their tone, their words, and their questions back to them forces them to face their own tactics, and in that reflection, their manipulation begins to dissolve. This isn't about confrontation or aggression. It's about clarity and spiritual awareness. As Carl Jung taught, everything that disturbs us in others reveals something within ourselves. The same principle applies here. When you hold a mirror to a manipulator, they come face to face with their own unconscious motives, and that realization breaks their control more effectively than any argument ever could. The mirror defense is a form of psychological self-mastery rooted in spirituality and spiritual awakening. It turns chaos into consciousness. Manipulators expect you to lose balance to explain, justify, or defend yourself because your emotional reactions are their fuel. But when you remain detached, composed, and aware, their strategy collapses. They try to provoke guilt, confusion, or doubt, yet you simply respond with centered stillness. Their words lose weight because your energy no longer feeds their drama. When you say calmly, "You think I'm overreacting?" or "You feel I don't care about you," instead of arguing or apologizing, you make them hear themselves. The moment they're forced to confront their own voice, reflected back at them, their manipulative power fades like a shadow in the light. This method works because it transforms emotional manipulation into self-reflection. You become the mirror that exposes what they're trying to hide, not through judgment, but through presence. Your awareness itself becomes the weapon. Spirituality teaches that true power is quiet, not loud. Stillness is stronger than chaos. The manipulator thrives in confusion, yet when faced with calm, conscious energy, they lose their footing. Your detachment becomes magnetic. It unsettles them because they can no longer predict or control you. It's like trying to fight smoke. It slips through their hands, leaving them powerless. Using the mirror defense isn't just protection, it's evolution. Each time you choose reflection over reaction, you strengthen your spiritual core. You move from unconsciousness to mastery, from defense to divine observation. You learn that silence can reveal more than speech, that neutrality can expose what rage cannot. This is the essence of awakening, when you rise above the game instead of playing it. When you see the manipulator not as a threat, but as a mirror of their own unresolved pain, you transcend their reach entirely. Through calm reflection, you reclaim your sovereignty. You no longer bend under guilt or persuasion because you've remembered who you are, a conscious being whose peace cannot be stolen. And as you continue practicing this awareness, you'll notice that manipulation simply stops working on you. Not because others have changed, but because you have. Your energy, now rooted in spiritual awakening, becomes unshakable. The mirror defense is not just a psychological trick. It's a declaration of inner power. It's the moment you stop reacting to the world and start mastering it from within. If this message resonates with your spirit, show your reflection of truth, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our spiritual wisdom. Type in the comments, "I reflect truth and protect my peace." 2. Emotion vacuum. Manipulators survive on the energy of your emotions. Their power doesn't come from truth or logic, it comes from your reactions. The moment you raise your voice, defend yourself, or over-explain, you hand them the keys to your inner world. They thrive when you feel anxious, guilty, or desperate to be understood. But when you remain calm, silent, and emotionally still, everything changes. Your neutrality becomes their confusion. Your silence becomes their mirror. They can no longer feed on your emotional energy because you've closed the door to their favorite weapon, your reaction. Carl Jung once said that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. When you no longer allow irritation to rule you, you move from reaction to revelation. You begin to see the manipulator not as a threat, but as a test of your spiritual growth. The true strength lies in what you don't give away. Every word you withhold, every reaction you master, weakens their hold. Stillness is not passive, it's strategic. It's the language of power that few people understand. When you remain unreadable, you strip the manipulator of their script. They're left fumbling, uncertain, uncomfortable in the void you've created. This is the emotion vacuum, a sacred silence where their control disintegrates. In this space, your calm presence becomes louder than any argument, and your quiet confidence speaks volumes. You begin to notice how their tactics fail, how their energy collapses when yours no longer bends. This neutrality is not about indifference, it's about mastery. It's about rising above the level of reaction and reclaiming authority over your own energy. In spirituality, this is where transformation begins. True spiritual growth is not found in constant peace talks with chaos, but in the ability to sit in silence while storms rage around you. The manipulator's greatest fear is losing emotional access to you, because once you stop feeding their need for reaction, their entire illusion of power crumbles. You are no longer their source. You become their lesson. When you stop explaining, defending, or proving, you begin embodying inner strength. You start realizing that your silence doesn't mean defeat, it means control. The manipulator cannot fight what does not fight back, cannot provoke what remains unprovoked. Your stillness becomes your shield, your calmness your weapon, and your peace your rebellion. In that unshakable quiet, you discover the ultimate truth. Power doesn't scream, it radiates. And when you radiate calm certainty, you reclaim your energy, your freedom, and your spirit. 3. Strategic delay. Manipulators have one favorite weapon: urgency. They thrive on rushing you into decisions before you can breathe, think, or feel clearly. Their power lies not in intelligence, but in speed, in their ability to overwhelm your nervous system and make you believe that time is running out. This is where Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals a hidden art, the art of strategic delay. It means reclaiming the tempo of your own soul by slowing everything down. You do not answer immediately. You pause. You breathe. You give yourself space to observe rather than react. Because in that pause, you shift from being the controlled to becoming the controller. Manipulators rely on your impulse. The moment you stop giving them speed, their entire strategy collapses. When you slow down your reaction, you silently communicate power. Your calmness becomes unsettling to those who seek to dominate you. They expect panic, and instead, they meet stillness. They expect a desperate yes, and instead, they meet silence. Time becomes your ally, and their own urgency betrays them. This is why Viktor Frankl said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies our power to choose." That space is the essence of your spiritual awakening. Jung believed that awareness, pure, patient awareness, turns manipulation into revelation. When you delay, you give the unconscious patterns of others enough time to expose themselves. Their intentions, once hidden, become clear. You begin to see their motives, their insecurity, and their need for control. Each time you hold your silence, you reclaim energy. Each delay becomes a sacred act of self-respect. You are teaching both yourself and others that your decisions are made from clarity, not pressure. In this stillness, you are no longer a puppet reacting to invisible strings. You are the one holding them. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that true strength doesn't shout or rush. It observes, reflects, and then moves with precision. A manipulator uses urgency to feed off your fear, but when you remain silent, they starve. Your refusal to be rushed is your declaration of sovereignty. You are saying, "I am not on your timeline. I am on my own." Strategic delay is not avoidance. It is awareness in motion. It is the ability to let silence work for you. In those quiet moments, your intuition sharpens, your mind steadies, and your authority deepens. The manipulator becomes trapped in their own tempo, confused by your refusal to dance to their rhythm. Time begins to reveal the truth. Those who pressure you fear losing control, while those who respect you will wait. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." The pause gives you that inward look. It transforms chaos into clarity, reaction into wisdom. So when someone demands an instant answer, do not rush to fill the silence. Let them wait. Let the air grow still. Your delay disarms them more than argument ever could. Because power is not loud, it is patient. And when you learn to master your own rhythm, manipulation loses its grip entirely. Time becomes your weapon, silence your shield, and awareness your liberation. This is the heart of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. In the stillness between moments, you discover that no one truly controls you unless you surrender your timing to them. 4. Reward reversal. Manipulators control not through strength, but through the subtle art of emotional conditioning. They thrive on your reactions, feeding on your need for validation and your fear of disapproval. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that once you awaken to this truth, the entire dynamic begins to crumble. Manipulators play on two frequencies, praise and guilt. They inflate your ego to make you crave their approval, and then deflate it to make you chase it again. But the moment you stop responding to this game, you break the cycle. You become untouchable. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is the essence of reward reversal, recognizing the unseen strings that move you and then cutting them one by one until you are free. When you no longer reward manipulation with emotional energy, everything changes. You stop giving them what they want, your reactions, your explanations, your need to prove your worth. Instead, you remain calm, steady, and neutral, like still water that reflects truth, but does not ripple at every stone thrown at it. That calmness confuses them because manipulators survive through emotional chaos. The quieter you become, the louder their discomfort grows. You start to see their tactics clearly. The sudden flattery after conflict, the guilt-laced reminders of what you owe, the backhanded praise designed to make you question yourself. But instead of reacting, you observe. You smile inwardly. You let their words fall into the silence of your awareness without offering energy in return. This silence is not weakness. It is power in its purest form. From the lens of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this process is not about revenge or dominance. It's about energetic alignment. Manipulators are not just emotional thieves. They are energetic parasites feeding on your vibrational output. Every sigh, every explanation, every tear becomes their sustenance. But when you choose detachment, you starve the illusion. You start to see the energetic exchange for what it is, a one-sided contract you no longer agree to. You pull your light back to yourself. You learn to invest it only where it grows, where it expands your peace instead of draining it. This is emotional sovereignty, the ability to remain in your own vibration regardless of another's manipulation. Jung believed that the journey of individuation, the becoming of one's true self, requires you to see through the false roles people project onto you. You stop performing in their theater. You walk off the stage and return to your inner kingdom. As the manipulator begins to lose control, they may panic. They may test you, provoke you, or suddenly act affectionate to regain access to your emotions. But your task is to stay centered in your energy, to remain unmoved by both flattery and guilt. You are no longer their mirror of control. You are now the mirror of truth. Every time you don't react, their own emptiness reflects back to them. It is not your duty to fix or save them. Your duty is to preserve your peace. This is where true spiritual wisdom lives, not in argument or resistance, but in awareness and self-mastery. When you practice reward reversal consistently, you realize something profound. Control only exists when you believe you need their approval. The moment you no longer seek it, you become the source of your own validation. And from that moment on, no manipulator can touch you, not because you've built walls, but because you've raised your frequency beyond their reach. 5. Ambiguity armor. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual growth, there is great wisdom in what Carl Jung might call the art of ambiguity armor, remaining calm, unreadable, and subtly detached in a world that constantly seeks emotional access. Manipulators survive on your reactions. They feed on predictability and patterns, studying how you respond so they can control your narrative. When you become vague, quiet, and emotionally centered, you shatter their blueprint. Every pause, every soft-spoken word, every mysterious glance becomes your silent act of rebellion. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." In this context, what irritates a manipulator most is your silence, and mystery is a mirror of their own insecurity and inability to control you. When they cannot decode you, they lose power over you, because what they cannot understand, they cannot use. This is not about deception, it's about sacred self-protection. In spiritual growth, you must learn that not every emotion deserves exposure, and not every thought needs validation. Sometimes, your peace depends on how little you reveal. When you practice emotional stillness, you create a field of quiet power that no manipulator can penetrate. They begin to project their confusion onto you, and in that mirror of ambiguity, they reveal themselves more than you ever could. The more composed you are, the louder their instability becomes. This is spiritual alchemy, transforming your silence into strength, your restraint into radiant power. Ambiguity armor also teaches you to value timing over reaction. Instead of rushing to explain, you pause. Instead of defending yourself, you breathe. This simple act of slowing down rewires your energetic pattern. Jung understood that power is not found in control, but in self-mastery. By remaining unreadable, you signal that your energy is sovereign, your emotions are disciplined, and your presence is not for manipulation, but for meaning. When you no longer feed chaos with constant explanation, you ascend into a higher state of awareness, one where you observe rather than absorb. That is the essence of spirituality: awareness without attachment, compassion without chaos. So, when someone tries to provoke or confuse you, stay still within yourself. Respond with short, grounded answers. Let your silence echo louder than their noise. Your unpredictability becomes your armor. Your calmness becomes your weapon. You shift from being the controlled to the controller, not through dominance, but through spiritual composure. This is how you break free without fighting, how you win without wounding. In this sacred space of calm ambiguity, you no longer seek to be understood. You seek to understand yourself. And once you master that inner clarity, no manipulator can ever reach you again. 6. The exit threat. True power isn't loud, it's silent. It's the quiet confidence that you can walk away from anything or anyone that no longer aligns with your peace. Manipulators lose control the moment they realize you're not afraid to leave. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that detachment, emotional, mental, or financial, is the soul's way of reclaiming freedom. The one who can detach holds the real leverage, because manipulation feeds on dependency. When your happiness no longer depends on their approval or presence, their illusion of control collapses. They start to fear your absence more than they ever valued your presence, because your calm withdrawal exposes the weakness behind their power. Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." When you accept yourself, you no longer need anyone's manipulation to feel worthy. You become whole on your own. Manipulators survive by making you question your reality. They thrive when you doubt your strength, when you feel guilty for setting boundaries, or when you crave validation. But once you awaken to this pattern, you realize their control was never real. It existed only through your emotional participation. Walking away doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop sacrificing your peace to keep someone else comfortable. That moment of detachment is an act of consciousness. It's when the observer in you awakens. Your silence, your stillness, and your decision to no longer react become your spiritual armor. In that sacred distance, you stop being their pawn. and start becoming your own master. Jung's psychology teaches that individuation, the process of becoming your true self, requires separation from the forces that distort your identity. Detachment isn't coldness, it's clarity. It's the realization that love cannot thrive where control exists. When you reach this level of awareness, your presence becomes precious. You no longer stay where you are tolerated. You go where you are valued. You stop trying to prove your worth and simply embody it. The manipulator senses this shift and panics because your calm independence reflects their inner chaos. They can no longer read or predict you've become a mystery they can't decode. This is the power of spiritual awakening. You transcend their tactics by refusing to play their game. Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that the mind which is conscious of its own light can no longer be enslaved by shadows. Your detachment doesn't make you cruel. It makes you free. It teaches you that you can love deeply without losing yourself, and that you can care without being controlled. So when someone tries to manipulate you again, don't argue or explain. Simply understand. Step back and remember who you are. The power to walk away is not rebellion. It's self-respect in motion. It's your soul saying, I choose peace over chaos. Detachment is not escape, it's alignment. It's knowing your worth so profoundly that no illusion can make you forget it. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that true transformation begins when you stop trying to fix others and start mastering yourself. And when you do, you'll find that your silence speaks louder than their control. Your distance commands more respect than your presence ever did, and your freedom becomes the greatest lesson they'll never forget. 7. Master level strategy. Play dumb. Carl Jung believed that true power lies not in domination, but in awareness. And one of the most profound strategies he hinted at through his teachings is the art of playing dumb. This isn't weakness or submission. It's a high-level psychological and spiritual move, a form of invisible armor used by those who have achieved deep spiritual awakening and emotional mastery. When you face manipulators who try to twist your emotions or provoke reactions, the best response is not to fight back openly, but to act unaware while remaining sharply observant. This subtle game of consciousness confuses those who seek control, because manipulators feed on reaction, not reflection. By pretending not to notice their tactics, you allow them to expose themselves, to reveal the cracks in their own mask, while you remain calm, detached, and unshakably centered. It's the stillness of a lake that reflects everything, yet remains untouched by what it mirrors. Playing dumb in this context isn't about deceit. It's about maintaining sovereignty over your inner peace, which is the highest form of intelligence and spirituality. The manipulator thrives when they can provoke emotion, but when you refuse to engage, you take away their source of fuel. Jung understood that the mind of an awakened person is like a fortress. It doesn't crumble under manipulation because it recognizes projection for what it is: the shadow of another person seeking validation. By staying quiet and pretending to be unaware, you gain time, insight, and strategic advantage. You're not reacting impulsively, but responding with consciousness. It's like spiritual chess, where you let your opponent make all the moves while you study the board. Your silence, in this sense, becomes a psychological weapon. It makes them overconfident, believing they fooled you. But in reality, you're the one who has already seen through the illusion. Jung wrote, People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. The manipulator's tactics are born from this fear, and when you refuse to mirror it, you reveal their emptiness without saying a word. Every time you play dumb with awareness, you rise above ego-driven interaction and move closer to your spiritual awakening. You begin to realize that not everything requires reaction. Not every battle deserves your energy. This is emotional alchemy, turning the poison of manipulation into the gold of self-control. In this higher state of consciousness, you observe everything and absorb nothing. You become unreadable, unprovocable, and therefore untouchable. The manipulator's energy collapses when it finds no resistance to feed upon. This is why the most powerful people in any room are often the quietest. They understand that energy speaks louder than words. Through stillness, you master power. Through patience, you learn clarity. And through self-control, you attain true freedom. So when someone tries to pull you into their web of emotional games, remember, you are not here to prove your intelligence, but to protect your peace. That is the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening, to move beyond reaction, to embody calm awareness, and to let your silence become the loudest expression of your wisdom. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss new insights from spiritual wisdom. Keep growing in awareness and mastering your own energy through the teachings of Carl Jung. Type in the comments, "I am free from manipulation and fully in control of my mind." And remember, true freedom begins when you learn to see through the games of manipulation and reclaim your inner authority. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Stay aware, stay centered, and never let anyone rewrite your truth. If you found this video enlightening, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that continue to guide you on your journey of self-mastery and spiritual awakening, unlocking the secret dimension that's already creating your future. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once revealed that the invisible forces shaping your destiny aren't out there, but within you. Every thought, emotion, and unspoken belief quietly constructs the world you wake up to each morning. In this episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we're going to uncover the secret dimension already designing your future, the hidden realm of the subconscious. As you listen, ask yourself, are you the author of your destiny or a passenger of your programming? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore together how awareness can transform fate into freedom. 1. Reality is multidimensional and selectable. Reality is not something solid or static. It is a living, breathing field of energy that bends and reshapes itself in response to consciousness. According to Carl Jung, what we call fate is often just the unfolding of the unconscious mind through symbols and experiences until we awaken enough to recognize that we've been participating in its creation all along. You are not manifesting something new. You are selecting from infinite timelines that already exist in the fourth dimension, where past, present, and future coexist simultaneously. Every possible version of your life, every success, every loss, every love, every transformation, already exists in this vast web of energy. The key lies in where your awareness settles. Your consciousness is the selector, the divine mechanism that determines which version of reality you step into. When you begin to awaken spiritually, you understand that reality is multidimensional and selectable. Each thought, emotion, and belief acts like a frequency tuner. Whatever you focus on with enough energy becomes the vibrational doorway to a specific timeline. The fourth dimension isn't somewhere far away. It's the invisible field you move through every moment of your existence. The more you align your inner world with clarity, love, and intention, the more your external world rearranges to mirror that inner state. Jung called this mysterious interplay between mind and matter synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that occur when your inner frequency matches an outer event in perfect harmony. They are not random. They are signals that you are moving through the precise timeline your soul has selected. You do not have to struggle to create your future. You only need to align with it. Manifestation becomes effortless when you understand that you are not commanding the universe, but cooperating with it. The fourth dimension responds not to your words, but to your vibration. When you dwell in anxiety, you tune into the dimension of chaos. When you dwell in peace, you step into the timeline of order. It is not magic, it is resonance. Energy flows where attention goes, and attention is the sacred tool that moves you across dimensions. In the stillness of your awareness, you become the architect of time itself, selecting the reality that matches your consciousness like a musician selecting a note on a cosmic instrument. The secret lies in awareness. Awareness is the bridge between possibility and experience. When you watch your thoughts without judgment, when you replace fear with trust, when you hold gratitude instead of resentment, you are quietly changing the coordinates of your reality. Jung believed that once the unconscious becomes conscious, life ceases to feel accidental. It becomes intentional. Each moment of mindfulness refines the signal you send into the quantum field. The universe does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to who you are being. Your emotions, your expectations, your silent assumptions are all commands written in the language of energy, instructing reality which version of the future to reveal. To awaken spiritually is to realize that destiny is not a fixed script, but a living collaboration between your soul and the universe. Every time you choose awareness over reaction, compassion over judgment, purpose over fear, you shift timelines. You are no longer pushed around by external events because you begin to sense the deeper order moving beneath them. The past, present, and future are not separate lines. They are layers of the same infinite moment, accessible through the vibration of your being. In this understanding, spirituality becomes less about escaping the world and more about mastering your resonance within it. You begin to live consciously, knowing that each thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity, and every feeling is a signature shaping the dimension you step into next. Do you feel it too? The pull of that invisible dimension shaping everything ahead of you? If you believe reality is truly multidimensional and that your consciousness can choose the timeline you live in, affirm it right now in the comments. I am aligned with the reality I choose to create. 2. The mind is the projector, not the screen. Humanity has long been deceived by the illusion that the outer world determines the inner one, when in truth, The mind is not the screen, it is the projector. Carl Jung revealed that the psyche doesn't merely interpret reality, it generates it. Every emotion, thought, and vibration you hold inside becomes the light that casts your world into form. What you see outside is not reality itself, but a reflection of your inner consciousness, your beliefs, your energy, your frequency. When you awaken to this, spirituality stops being philosophy and becomes pure creation. You begin to see that your life is not happening to you, it is happening through you. Everything you experience, the people you meet, the challenges you face, the opportunities that appear, is a mirror designed to show you the exact frequency you are emitting. If your inner state is dominated by fear, scarcity, or resentment, then life will echo those vibrations through rejection, loss, and endless struggle. But when your heart starts vibrating with love, peace, and gratitude, your reality rearranges itself to meet that new rhythm. The same world becomes softer, more aligned, more alive. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth unveils the hidden law behind spiritual growth. The idea that what we call destiny is merely the unconscious running the show. The repetitive patterns, the painful relationships, the disappointments that seem to follow you are not punishments from the universe. They are projections of what still needs healing within you. When you finally recognize that you are the creator, not the victim, your relationship with life changes completely. You stop reacting and start observing. You stop chasing and start aligning. Every judgment you cast reveals something unintegrated within yourself. Every emotional trigger points to a forgotten wound, asking for your awareness. The 3D world becomes your sacred classroom, not your prison. Through the eyes of spirituality, every difficulty becomes a mirror guiding you home. As your awareness expands, you stop trying to fix the screen and focus on adjusting the projector, the mind, the heart, the consciousness. You learn that peace is not found by controlling circumstances, but by mastering your inner frequency. When you elevate your thoughts, release the illusions of separation, and choose to act from love instead of fear, your entire energetic field shifts. The outside world begins to harmonize with your new vibration, and suddenly, what once felt impossible begins to flow naturally. Synchronicities appear, opportunities align, and life begins to feel like a reflection of your highest self. This is the dimension Jung hinted at as the meeting point of psychology and spirituality, where the soul realizes it has always been the architect of its own destiny. Every thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. Every feeling programs the next scene of your unfolding story. Reality is fluid, responsive, and alive, shaped by the light of your consciousness. The mind is not meant to be a prisoner of circumstances, but a divine projector of infinite potential. When you understand this, you reclaim your creative authority. You begin to see that energy responds to awareness, that the outer world bends to the quality of your inner state, and that the film of your life changes the moment you choose to see differently. Spiritual growth, then, is not about escaping the world, but mastering the art of projection learning to radiate peace in chaos, to emit faith in uncertainty, and to hold love in the face of fear. Because the secret dimension that's already creating your future is not somewhere outside, it's within the consciousness that perceives it. 3. Time is an illusion. Consciousness is the key. Time is not what you think it is. What you call past, present, and future are not separate realities, but fluid perceptions of the same eternal consciousness moving through different frequencies. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And when you truly look within, you begin to see that time is merely a veil, a beautiful illusion projected by the human mind to make sense of existence. Consciousness, however, is not bound by that illusion. It stands beyond time, quietly shaping the path of your life long before you walk it. Every moment you experience has already existed as a potential within the vast field of your mind. You are not a traveler moving through time. Time is flowing through you, responding to the quality of your awareness. Imagine your consciousness as a projector and the world as the screen. The film that plays before you is not random. It is created by the frames of thought and emotion you hold within. From the fourth dimensional perspective, reality is not something that happens to you. It is something that emanates from you. Your outer world is the reflection of your inner vibration. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung wrote. And this is the secret that spiritual wisdom has whispered for centuries. Your mind is the true architect of destiny. When you begin to observe your thoughts rather than be ruled by them, you step into the dimension where creation begins. In this higher state of awareness, every emotion, every belief, every word becomes an energy-shaping form. The unconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. It only responds to the power of your focus. Fear, doubt, and limitation create one version of the future, while faith, gratitude, and purpose create another. This is not magic. It is consciousness in motion. When you shift your inner frequency, the universe adjusts its rhythm to match yours. You start noticing synchronicities, mysterious alignments, and signs that seem to guide your steps. Jung called them acts of creation in time, and they remind you that you are not separate from the cosmos. You are participating in its unfolding. Everything in your life right now is a mirror reflecting the energy you carry. If you wish to change your future, you must change the vibration of your present. The key is not to fight against time, but to awaken to your timeless nature. Once you understand that reality bends to awareness, not effort, you begin to see life differently. Time is no longer a ticking clock. It becomes a living mirror of consciousness, a tool for transformation. When your thoughts align with love, your reality expands. When they align with fear, it contracts. The path ahead is not fixed. It is fluid, waiting for you to choose the frequency from which you create. As spiritual wisdom teaches, the more you awaken, the less you chase. You stop trying to predict the future and start embodying it. You realize the version of you that has already succeeded, already healed, already become whole exists now, in another layer of consciousness. To access it, you must match its vibration. The illusion of time dissolves the moment you live fully in awareness, because in the field of the soul, everything is happening at once. The power that creates worlds lives inside your consciousness. When you awaken to that truth, the future stops being something you wait for. It becomes something you remember, something you shape through the energy of who you choose to be right now. If you feel this truth awakening something within you, declare it now. Time cannot control me. My consciousness shapes my destiny. I am aligned with the dimension creating my future. 4. Controlled imagination is the gateway. Controlled imagination is the hidden architecture of your destiny, the silent sculptor shaping your tomorrows long before they arrive. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That truth reveals why so many people feel trapped by circumstances they haven't yet learned that the mind is not a mirror reflecting reality, but a projector casting it. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the key. Your outer world is not separate from you. It is molded by the inner pictures you persistently hold. Neville Goddard called this sacred process controlled imagination. The art of consciously entering that delicate state between waking and sleeping, the bridge where logic fades and the creative power of the subconscious awakens. It is here, in that calm in-between, that you can impress your desires upon the infinite, not by wishing or forcing, but by feeling them as already fulfilled. When you practice this art, you are not escaping reality, you are rewriting it. The universe listens not to your words, but to your emotional state, to the frequency of your belief. That is why Neville said, "Feeling is the secret. Thought alone cannot manifest. Only when thought is infused with conviction does it bend the field of reality." As you close your eyes and dwell in the emotion of having already received your desire, whether it's peace, love, or success, you begin to synchronize with the quantum fabric of existence. In that harmony, the outer world subtly rearranges itself to mirror your inner certainty. This is not fantasy, but divine science, where spirituality and psychology merge into one truth. The imagination is the language of creation. Carl Jung devoted his life to unveiling this mystery. To him, imagination was not idle dreaming, but communication with the deeper self, the archetypal realm that governs both psyche and matter. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes, he wrote. Spiritual awakening, then, is not about discovering something new. It's about realizing that the entire universe already lives within you. When you consciously feel the future as now, you awaken from the illusion of time itself. You stop waiting for miracles and become their source. You no longer chase life, you magnetize it. Every feeling becomes a seed planted in the soil of consciousness. And like a seed, it grows according to the belief that nurtures it. Controlled imagination is the act of watering those seeds with awareness. It is not about forcing results, but aligning your mind, emotions, and energy into one coherent vibration. When that inner unity is achieved, life flows effortlessly because you are no longer divided within yourself. Jung would call this the process of individuation, the merging of your conscious will with the vast intelligence of the unconscious, so that what you desire and what you are become the same thing. In that state, creation is inevitable. You move through life not as a seeker, but as a creator, quiet, calm, certain. Because once your imagination is disciplined and you're feeling aligned, the secret dimension that creates your future no longer lies outside of you. It breathes through you, shaping every moment in response to your inner vision, turning unseen thoughts into living form. That is the true alchemy of consciousness, the moment your spiritual awakening becomes your power to create worlds. 5. Desire is the engine of creation. Desire is not a flaw to suppress or a weakness to be ashamed of. It is the sacred mechanism through which consciousness creates and life expands. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual growth, desire acts as the divine fire that shapes destiny. It is the pulse of the universe flowing through your soul, calling you to become more, to express more, to reveal more of what already exists within you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Desire is the voice of that unconscious force, the hidden blueprint of your higher self trying to reach your awareness. When you sustain a deep, authentic desire and give it your full attention, it reorganizes reality around you, like invisible hands sculpting the clay of experience to mirror the energy of your inner world. To desire something deeply means that, on a spiritual level, it already exists in another dimension of consciousness, waiting for you to align with it. Every possibility of your life is already alive within the field of potential, and desire is the bridge connecting your current state to that higher possibility. True desire does not come from lack or desperation, but from remembrance, the soul remembering what it has already chosen to experience. When you nurture this desire with focus, emotion, and faith, your vibration begins to synchronize with that unseen dimension. Suddenly, coincidences appear, opportunities unfold, and people cross your path as reflections of that inner resonance. This is not coincidence. It is consciousness arranging itself according to your most persistent emotional frequency. Desire, however, is also a test of patience and surrender. Many abandon their deepest callings because they confuse delay with denial. They believe the universe has ignored their prayers, when in truth, life is aligning everything in perfect order, refining both the vision and the vessel. Jung taught that the outer world mirrors the inner psyche. When progress seems slow, it is not because the world is against you. It is because your inner self is still expanding to match the magnitude of what you asked for. Desire exposes your hidden fears and attachments, revealing where your soul still doubts its own worthiness. This is why every longing is an invitation to grow, to purify your intentions until they no longer come from ego, but from the divine spark within. When you channel your desire through awareness instead of craving, it becomes prayer. It becomes a sacred dialogue between you and the universe. Each desire is a message from your higher self saying, "This is the direction of your evolution." The energy you feel when you long for something is not emptiness. It is the vibration of your future self calling you forward. Therefore, your task is not to chase the desire, but to embody it, to live as though it has already taken form. You must think, speak, and act from that fulfilled state, not as fantasy, but as alignment. The universe, being a perfect mirror, reflects the state of your consciousness. When you radiate gratitude, certainty, and peace, reality bends to that frequency. As within, so without. This universal truth means that creation begins not with action, but with belief. Desire is the seed of every miracle. When held with faith and nourished with patience, it blooms into form through the soil of time. You are not here to suppress your desires, but to refine them into instruments of creation. Each authentic longing is an aspect of divine will expressing itself through you. When you understand this, you stop doubting the process and start flowing with it. You realize that every desire you hold with love and awareness is not something separate from you. It is a fragment of destiny waiting to return home. And as you align your consciousness with that truth, You step into your creative power, transforming desire into divine manifestation and awakening to the profound realization that life itself is your masterpiece, shaped by the fire of your own becoming. If this message has sparked something within you, let us know in the comments by writing, "Desire creates my reality." Your words carry power, and your engagement helps us share more spiritual wisdom with the world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you won't miss the next revelation waiting for you. 6. The universe is a perfect mirror. Everything unfolding in your life is not a divine punishment or random luck. It is the mirror of your consciousness, perfectly reflecting what lives inside you. The universe is not a judge. It is a mirror that simply returns what you project through your thoughts, emotions, and energy. When your inner world is chaotic, the reflection will appear chaotic. When your heart finds harmony, the reflection becomes serene. This is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. And as Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Life does not happen to you. It happens from you. Every fear you nurture, every belief you repeat, every image you hold in your mind writes the invisible code that reality obeys. Imagine your mind as a projector and the universe as the screen. You cannot change the movie by attacking the screen. You must change the film inside the projector. If you live in resentment, the field amplifies more reasons to resent. If you live in gratitude, it multiplies blessings. The quantum field, what mystics call the all, responds to vibration, not words. It does not judge. It does not punish. It simply echoes. When you think thoughts of lack, life reflects scarcity. When you embody abundance, life brings opportunities that align with your frequency. What you send out emotionally is what you receive experientially. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. To awaken means to stop begging the mirror to change and start shifting the expression you wear before it. When you breathe deeply and create safety within, the external world mirrors that calm. When you carry tension and fear, life reflects resistance. So practice serenity. Practice honesty. Speak kindly to yourself. Each act of integrity and awareness reshapes the reflection. The universe listens not to your words, but to the energy beneath them. You are not at the mercy of fate. You are the artist painting reality with each emotional brushstroke. The key is consistency. You cannot expect harmony from chaos of mind. To shift your future, shift your daily emotional state. Wake up and choose one feeling to inhabit peace, joy, confidence, and practice it until it becomes natural. Speak to life as if it already supports you, because it does. When pain arises, instead of saying, "I knew it," say, "This is feedback, not fate." Every obstacle is a message from the mirror, guiding you to refine your inner signal. Bless your lessons, not your fears. Release old stories that say you are not enough and replace them with truth. You are a living participant in the creative dialogue of existence. Rumi once said, "What you seek is seeking you, but it cannot find you until you align with its frequency." When you embody love, love recognizes you. When you live from worthiness, opportunities flow like rivers toward the sea of your becoming. Try it today. Choose one intention, hold it in your heart with calm certainty, act on it gently, and watch how the world rearranges itself around your new vibration. Reality is not fixed. It's fluid, sensitive, responsive. It listens to your inner tone. So speak clearly, love deeply, and live consciously, for the universe is always listening, always mirroring, always waiting for you to remember that creation begins within. 7. The technique for accessing the fourth dimension. The process of unlocking the fourth dimension begins with the precision of your desire. You cannot approach creation vaguely. The universe responds to clarity. When you define exactly what you want, you give your subconscious a destination to move toward. Most people never receive what they truly want because they never decide what that truly is. They drift between conflicting wishes. But when you commit to one clear desire, your inner world begins to organize around it. In spirituality, this moment of decision is sacred. It is when your conscious will speaks to the divine intelligence within you and declares, "This is what I am ready to experience." Once your desire is defined, you move into the next phase, constructing an inner scene that implies your wish is already fulfilled. The scene must feel natural, believable, and emotionally satisfying. You are not forcing reality. You are embodying the vibration of completion. Carl Jung often said that whatever you hold in your imagination will eventually manifest in your reality. And this truth reflects the foundation of all spiritual awakening. The subconscious accepts emotional conviction, not external evidence. Therefore, when you imagine a scene where your desire has already come true, you are programming your inner world to match the outer one that must follow. This is why great spiritual teachers insist on living in the end, not merely hoping for it, because creation begins from being, not from wanting. The third step is to enter the subtle state between wakefulness and sleep, where your conscious mind quiets and the subconscious becomes highly receptive. This liminal state, often called the hypnagogic state, is the gateway between dimensions, the meeting point of thought and manifestation. In that stillness, your critical mind softens, and every feeling, image, or assumption is absorbed deeply into your psyche. This is where the fourth dimension of creation truly operates, for it is not a place in space, but a frequency of consciousness. The mind that knows how to rest consciously here wields the same creative force that shapes galaxies. Jung described this as the realm of the collective unconscious, where symbols, archetypes, and inner images connect to the structure of reality itself. Finally, you must enter the imagined scene and feel it real. Do not stand apart from it as a watcher steps inside it as a participant. Feel the weight of your body in that new reality, the warmth of the air, the joy of fulfillment, the peace of completion. Every sensory detail becomes an affirmation that your desire already exists. As you persist in this feeling and drift into sleep, the scene imprints itself upon your subconscious mind, which begins to rearrange your outer world to match your inner one. This is the silent law of creation. What you feel as true in your inner dimension will crystallize in time and space. The longer you sustain that feeling, the faster your reality conforms. In spirituality, this practice represents the merging of consciousness and energy, the masculine principle of intention meeting the feminine principle of imagination. It is the alchemy of thought into matter. The subconscious, like fertile soil, does not question the seed you plant. It simply grows whatever emotion and belief you sustain. Therefore, feed it not with fear or doubt, but with conviction and love. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, realizing that the outer world is a mirror of the inner one. The fourth dimension is not somewhere out there. It is the unseen layer of consciousness shaping your tomorrows from the vibration you hold today. Each night, as you enter this sacred practice, remember that you are not escaping reality. You are authoring it, guided by the timeless wisdom of your own higher mind. If this message resonated with you, make sure to subscribe for more wisdom on how desire fuels creation and how you can access the higher dimensions of consciousness. Your journey to mastering the unseen starts here. 8. Conscious creation requires discipline and responsibility. The true measure of spirituality is not found in moments of ease, but in your ability to hold inner conviction when everything outside contradicts it. This is where conscious creation truly begins. Every moment of your life presents a dimensional crossroads. One path keeps you trapped in the past, reacting to what already exists. The other opens to a higher future, created from the state of consciousness you choose to embody now. When you react to appearances, you give power to the illusion of limitation. But when you respond from faith, from the awareness that life is shaped by unseen spiritual laws, you begin to move from victimhood to mastery. This is the spiritual discipline that Carl Jung hinted at when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." To create consciously is to live with awareness of this invisible mechanism. The truth that your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are not passive. They are energetic instructions to the universe. Every emotion you sustain becomes a signal. Every belief you cling to becomes a magnet that attracts experiences matching its frequency. Spiritual growth, therefore, is not merely about positive thinking, but about emotional mastery learning to remain inwardly consistent even when outer circumstances waver. This inner steadiness is what separates those who drift through life from those who awaken to it. To choose your future freely is a sacred responsibility, for freedom without discipline leads to confusion. Conscious creation asks you to cultivate mental clarity, emotional coherence, and unwavering faith that reality responds to vibration, not circumstance. When the world challenges you, when outcomes seem delayed, that is the universe testing the strength of your inner conviction. The spiritually mature do not chase appearances they create from alignment. They understand that the outer world is only a mirror, reflecting the state of their inner being. Every reaction either reinforces an old pattern or activates a new potential. The wise one learns to pause before responding, to breathe, and to choose the state of consciousness they wish to sustain. Over time, this awareness becomes second nature, and life begins to rearrange itself to match the frequency of that chosen state. Discipline, then, is not punishment, it is devotion. It is the daily act of remembering that you are the sculptor of energy, not the sculpture itself. Spirituality becomes your compass, guiding you to act not from fear, but from faith, not from confusion, but from clarity. Faith, in this sense, is not blind hope. It is the deep knowing that what you align with inwardly must eventually take shape outwardly. And so, you remain patient, consistent, and grateful, understanding that reality is slower than thought, but obedient to it. The future is not written in stone. It is sculpted in consciousness. When you choose love instead of resistance, when you nurture inner peace instead of chaos, When you hold steady in faith instead of surrendering to fear, you begin to unlock the secret dimension that has always been creating your life. The unseen becomes visible, the impossible becomes natural, and spirituality transforms from an idea into a living experience. Conscious creation, at its essence, is about responsibility, the willingness to guard your thoughts, refine your emotions, and trust the intelligence of life unfolding through you. And in that sacred alignment between awareness and reality, you realize that your destiny was never waiting for you to find it. It was waiting for you to awaken to it. And as we close this journey through the secret dimension shaping your future, remember what Carl Jung once said: "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The truth is, your future isn't waiting to be created. It's already unfolding through the patterns of your thoughts, emotions, and choices today. So stay aware, stay present, and let your inner wisdom be the architect of what's to come. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on Jungian psychology, consciousness, and spiritual awakening. Your future self will thank you for it. Carl Jung's chilling truth: how to recognize fake friends before it's too late. Fake friends are like shadows. They follow you in the sun, but leave you in the dark. This timeless truth reminds us how essential it is to see beyond appearances and protect our peace. In today's world, where masks often replace authenticity, Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us to recognize the subtle signs of manipulation and emotional deceit before it's too late. As you watch this video, I invite you to reflect. Have you ever felt drained or uneasy around someone who claimed to care? Share your experience in the comments, because awareness is the first step toward freedom and spiritual awakening. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the psychology of truth, transformation, and genuine connection. 1. The hidden threat: fake friends over enemies. The real danger in life rarely comes from visible enemies. It comes from the people who pretend to be your allies. They wear smiles that hide envy, speak words that sound like support, but carry the vibration of jealousy. These are the ones who celebrate your rise until your success starts to make them feel small. As Carl Jung once said, "He who causes another to become powerful ruins himself." The false friend doesn't want to see you truly awake. They want you to stay manageable, predictable, and slightly below them. This is why spiritual awakening demands spiritual wisdom. The courage to discern energy beyond appearances, to feel the vibration behind a compliment, and to see who claps only when you're struggling, not when you're soaring. Fake friends reveal themselves not through grand betrayals, but through subtle inconsistencies. When you fail, they are sympathetic. When you win, they grow distant. They gossip under the disguise of concern. They flatter to gain access, and they mirror your dreams only until your light threatens to outshine theirs. Pay attention to how they react to your boundaries, because saying no is the sacred test of any connection. A true friend honors your limits as a sign of self-respect. A false friend twists them into accusations, saying you've changed or become selfish. They can't stand your autonomy because your independence exposes their hidden control. In the realm of spirituality, this is the clash between awakened consciousness and unconscious attachment. You'll also recognize them in their hunger for confusion. They create triangles, whispers, secrets, and private alliances that pull you into emotional politics. They thrive in half-truths because where there is confusion, there is control. When you seek clarity, they accuse you of overreacting. When you speak truth, they call you dramatic. They feed off your emotional energy, leaving you drained, anxious, or uncertain after every interaction. True friends refill your energy. False ones drain it. This difference is not emotional imagination. It is an energetic fact. Every soul you meet leaves an imprint, and your intuition is your spiritual immune system. As you continue your spiritual awakening, the contrast becomes sharper. When you grow, the false friend complains that you've changed. But change is the very proof of life. Spirituality transforms, and transformation threatens those who cling to the old version of you that made them feel superior. They will minimize your insights, mock your new peace, and project their unhealed wounds onto your path. Jung taught that what we reject in ourselves, we project onto others. So their resentment is often an unconscious confession they are envious of your courage to heal. Your evolution exposes their stagnation. To protect your peace, practice sacred discernment. Slowing down the speed of intimacy, true trust grows through consistency, not chemistry. Test every relationship with small boundaries and observe the reaction. Real connection expands under truth. False connection collapses under it. Watch not what people say, but what they repeat. Patterns are the footprints of the soul. Never let charm substitute for history. When gossip arrives, bring it into light. Say, "Let's talk together," and you'll quickly see who thrives in transparency and who depends on shadows. Most importantly, guard your joy. Never feel guilty for shining. Joy is a spiritual frequency that exposes envy. Those who can't stand your happiness were never aligned with your spirit. Protect your light, not by hardening your heart, but by mastering your boundaries. Forgiveness doesn't mean access. You can bless people from afar without letting them feed off your energy. Compassion without wisdom leads to self-betrayal. Wisdom without compassion turns to bitterness. Balance both, and you walk in true spiritual power. Your life is a sacred garden. Real friendship is the seed that roots deep and survives every season. Fake friendship is the weed that climbs fast, blooms beautifully, then suffocates the soil. So prune without guilt. The right people won't ask you to dim your light. They'll shine beside you. Because when two awakened souls meet, there is no competition, only reflection of divine energy. That is the essence of spiritual wisdom. To love deeply, see clearly, and choose consciously who deserves a place in your sacred space. Do you see the truth in this? Comment below with conviction. I choose real souls over fake friends. 2. The Carl Jung view of loyalty. Loyalty isn't moral, it's transactional. People follow power because they benefit from it, not because they believe in you. When their gain disappears, so does their loyalty. Trust should be based on consistent proof, not promises. This truth, seen through Carl Jung's lens, reveals a profound insight into human nature and spirituality. It reminds us that many relationships exist not from genuine connection, but from hidden motives tied to personal gain. In spirituality and spiritual growth, we are asked to awaken to this reality, not to become bitter, but to become wise. Jung often taught that the human psyche wears many masks. What you see is rarely the whole story. Fake friends thrive behind such masks, feeding on energy, opportunity, or influence while pretending to care. Their loyalty is conditional, their affection calculated. You will notice that when your life flourishes, they orbit around your light. Yet when you fall into silence or struggle, they vanish into shadows. The moment you stop providing what benefits them, whether it's validation, status, or emotional comfort, their loyalty evaporates like smoke. Real spirituality demands that we discern energy, not words. Loyalty built on advantage is fragile, but loyalty built on truth endures. Carl Jung believed that people are drawn to symbols of power because those symbols reflect their unhealed desires. A fake friend does not follow your soul. They follow your strength because it gives them a sense of borrowed importance. They celebrate your wins only when those wins don't outshine them. They speak of support, but secretly compete. This is why Jung said, we must not project our values onto others. We must observe them. Watch how someone behaves when you have nothing to offer. Do they still listen when you are quiet? Do they still respect your boundaries when you stop accommodating their expectations? The spiritual path invites you to look beyond appearances, to see loyalty as a mirror reflecting integrity rather than emotion. Spiritual growth means accepting that not everyone who smiles at you stands with you. Many admire the light, but few can handle the heat that comes with it. When you begin to grow, awaken, or step into your power, those who are attached to your smaller self may feel threatened by your evolution. They may call you distant, arrogant, or changed, not realizing that your soul is simply outgrowing the vibration of dependency and deceit. Jung's wisdom teaches us that every relationship mirrors a lesson. Fake friends remind you to trust your intuition more deeply and to rely on proof rather than promises. They test your ability to see through illusion and to detach without resentment. In doing so, you reclaim your energy and rise to a higher state of awareness. Loyalty, then, becomes less about attachment and more about alignment. Those who are meant for you will not need constant proof of your worth. They will recognize your spirit because it resonates with theirs. Their presence will feel peaceful, not performative. True loyalty supports your spiritual growth, even when it challenges comfort. It remains steady through change and honest through silence. The deeper message of Jung's insight is that relationships built on spiritual integrity do not depend on what you can give. They depend on who you are when everything external fades. So observe who claps when you win and who stays when you lose. Build trust on actions that repeat, not on words that echo. Let your spirituality teach you that loyalty, without sincerity, is just strategy disguised as care. In the end, you are not here to be liked. You are here to live in truth. And truth, in its quiet power, always reveals who truly walks beside you. Remember, loyalty isn't measured by words, but by consistent actions that align with truth. As Carl Jung taught, real friends stand firm even when your light exposes their shadows. Are you ready to recognize who's truly loyal to your soul's journey? Comment below. I'm ready to see the truth. 3. Signs of fake friendship. Fake friends are masters of disguise. They appear supportive on the surface, yet their intentions often run deep beneath false smiles and convenient words. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom helps us see beyond the illusion, to recognize the subtle energy shifts that expose who is truly aligned with our growth and who is merely pretending. One of the first signs is overflattery, excessive, insincere praise that feels good but serves a hidden purpose. They flatter you not out of admiration, but to lower your guard, to make you dependent on their validation. They study your insecurities and use your desire to be seen as a way to influence you. A genuine friend will tell you the truth even when it stings, but a fake one will tell you what you want to hear just to keep control. As Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When you awaken spiritually, you start to notice that not every compliment comes from love. Some come from strategy. Then comes the illusion of vague support. These are the people who show up when life is bright, but disappear the moment darkness falls. They are quick to celebrate your victories, but nowhere to be found when you're struggling. When things go wrong, their silence becomes deafening. This absence exposes their truth. They were never there for your soul, only for your spotlight. In moments of crisis, true loyalty doesn't need to be asked. It reveals itself naturally. Spiritual awakening sharpens your awareness, allowing you to see who stands beside you when there's nothing left to gain. Another clear sign is passive sabotage. Those subtle words disguised as concern that slowly corrode your confidence. Fake friends will plant doubts in your mind while pretending to care. They'll say, "I just don't want you to get disappointed," or "I'm only saying this because I care." But their tone hides envy, not empathy. Their energy drips with comparison, and their advice often steers you away from your purpose. Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves, and that truth applies here too. Their jealousy reflects their unhealed wounds, and their criticism is often a mirror of their own limitations. The most chilling sign, however, is shifting energy. Pay attention to how they act when you succeed. Do they celebrate you with genuine joy, or do their smiles fade when you shine? You can feel the sudden distance, the awkward silence, the subtle tension when your life begins to move forward. Their energy changes because your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your light unconsciously threatens their comfort. In moments like this, Carl Jung's insight becomes clear. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Fake friends can't handle your evolution because it forces them to confront the parts of themselves they've ignored. That's why true spiritual wisdom teaches us to watch patterns, not promises. Words can deceive, but energy cannot. Consistency is the real language of loyalty. When someone's energy constantly shifts, when their support feels conditional, when their presence depends on what you can offer, that is your warning sign. Protect your peace by listening to the unspoken. The goal isn't to judge others, but to discern who truly matches your frequency. You don't need to chase love that feels heavy or defend yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Observe their actions, trust what your spirit feels, and remember that discernment is the highest form of self-respect. In the end, fake loyalty always reveals itself, not through words, but through changing behavior. If this message speaks to your soul, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Your journey towards spiritual wisdom and learning to recognize real from fake continues with every lesson. 4. Power through observation, not emotion. A true master of spirituality and spiritual awakening never reacts from emotion, but from awareness. Carl Jung taught that power is found in observation, not reaction. When betrayal strikes, it's not your job to prove your innocence or to fight for clarity. It's your task to watch, to learn, and to understand who people truly are behind the mask. Fake friends often speak softly, but their actions scream. They mirror loyalty only until it no longer benefits them. And when your light begins to outshine their shadow, that's when the truth surfaces. Jung's words echo through the soul. An open enemy wounds the body. A fake friend wounds the mind. That is why the spiritually awakened don't expose others with anger. They expose them through patience. You don't need revenge. You need only time. And time reveals all hidden motives. Those who are walking the path of spiritual awakening know that not everyone around them will celebrate their growth. Some are drawn to your light simply because it gives warmth to their coldness, but they never intend to rise with you. Jung's insight into human behavior teaches us that the unconscious mind always leaks through action. So while fake friends may disguise themselves through affection, their energy never lies. You will feel it before you see it. A subtle discomfort, an unexplained unease after speaking with them, a heaviness in your chest, all are signals from your intuition trying to warn you. The awakened soul doesn't dismiss these signs. They know energy never deceives. So, rather than confronting or accusing, you quietly test loyalty. You share a harmless piece of information, then step back and observe where it travels. A true friend will protect it with silence. A false one will trade it for attention. Through this awareness, you reclaim your emotional power, no longer controlled by manipulation, no longer blinded by illusion. To live with spiritual wisdom is to master emotional neutrality. The immature soul reacts immediately, driven by pain and ego. The evolved soul observes calmly, guided by discernment. Emotional control does not mean suppression. It means clarity. It's the sacred balance between feeling everything deeply, yet responding with composure. Jung believed that the greatest strength lies in detachment, the art of seeing without absorbing. You begin to understand that your energy is sacred, and not everyone deserves access to it. When people show you who they are, you no longer need to debate their intentions. You watch, accept, and distance yourself gracefully. Your silence becomes your armor, and your observation becomes your teacher. Every betrayal becomes a mirror reflecting your growth. Every disappointment becomes a spiritual test to refine your discernment, and every false friend becomes a lesson in self-respect. This is the heart of spirituality, not revenge, not bitterness, but evolution. You stop trying to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. You stop seeking loyalty in those who are loyal only to their needs. You no longer beg for truth because you live in truth. Jung's chilling wisdom reminds you that the moment you stop reacting, you start reclaiming your freedom. When you detach, you begin to see clearly. When you observe, you begin to heal. And when you rise above emotional games, you awaken to the profound realization that no one can truly betray you, only reveal themselves. In that awareness lies your ultimate power. 5. Strategic distance, protection. In spirituality and spiritual growth, true protection often comes through distance. Carl Jung understood that the moment people know too much about your plans, emotions, or vulnerabilities, they gain subtle power over you. The more predictable you are, the easier it becomes for others to manipulate your choices, energy, and emotions. That's why spiritual wisdom teaches the importance of controlled access. You don't owe the world an explanation for every move you make. When you learn to keep your silence sacred, you begin to realize that mystery is not a weakness, it is your shield. The less they know, the less they can influence. You must learn to share less and observe more. Those who truly care will never demand to see what you protect. Jung's philosophy aligns with an ancient truth. Boundaries are not walls. They are energetic filters that separate what nourishes your spirit from what drains it. Distance weakens manipulation because manipulators thrive on information and proximity. When you limit what others can access your emotions, your goals, your private thoughts, you disarm their ability to play psychological games. Your power lies in the unknown, in the parts of yourself that remain beyond their reach. It's not about mistrusting everyone. It's about knowing that discernment is an act of self-love. Protecting your plans doesn't mean you're being secretive. It means you're preserving your destiny from premature exposure. Even in leadership and workplaces, this truth remains vital. Like King Louis XI, who divided influence and rotated trust so no one person ever held complete power, you must understand that dependence creates vulnerability. When one person holds too much emotional or professional leverage, imbalance forms and control begins. To grow spiritually is to distribute your trust wisely, never out of fear, but out of awareness. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's why you must consciously choose who holds emotional access to you, who hears your dreams, and who deserves your vulnerability. Those who seek to manipulate often disguise themselves as confidants. They study your weaknesses, mirror your emotions, and feed your ego until they have a hold on your energy. But once you create distance, once they can't read your every reaction or predict your next step, they lose control. Silence, unpredictability, and calm detachment become your armor. This is where spiritual growth deepens, not through constant connection, but through wise separation. It's realizing that peace is not something others give you. It's something you protect through discipline and self-respect. In your journey of spiritual awakening, learn to move with quiet strength. Speak when necessary, act with intention, and allow distance to reveal who truly values you. Those who are aligned with your energy will never fear your silence. They will respect it. And those who demand constant access only fear losing their influence. The more you grow, the more sacred your solitude becomes, because that is where your energy resets and your clarity returns. To live with spiritual wisdom is to understand that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is step back, not to abandon, but to protect your peace, your focus, and your soul's purpose. When you start setting firm boundaries, you're not losing people, you're protecting your peace. Comment, "I protect my energy," below to affirm your spiritual strength and alignment. 6. Prevention is power. Prevention is power. And when it comes to protecting your peace, hesitation can be your downfall. You must never wait for betrayal to fully unfold, because once deceit begins to show, it's already too late. When something in your spirit feels off, trust it. That's not paranoia. It's spiritual wisdom whispering that your energy is being misused. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." And that truth runs deep when it comes to friendships. When someone starts to disturb your inner balance, it's not about being cold or suspicious. It's about listening to your higher self. Acting quickly and silently is not cruelty. It's protection. Fake friends feed on your hesitation, on your need to explain, to fix, to give them another chance. But true awakening means realizing that peace never asks you to shrink yourself to keep others comfortable. When deceit is suspected, do not confront, argue, or demand an apology. Simply withdraw your energy, cut their access to you, and move in silence. Your peace does not need an announcement. As the saying goes, a wise man does at once what the fool does at last. To act fast is to honor your intuition. Carl Jung taught that the human shadow hides in smiles, small compliments, and quiet envy. Not everyone who stands beside you wishes you well. Some admire you only because they want to study you, to mimic your light, to absorb your strength until you no longer serve their purpose. And when they feel your growth threatens their illusion of control, they turn against you subtly through words, energy, and distance. But you must not lower yourself to meet their level. Observe, detach, protect. This is how spiritually awakened souls survive in a world where betrayal often wears a friendly face. Prevention means mastering perception. It's the ability to see through charm, to sense misalignment long before harm reaches you. It's the wisdom of feeling energy rather than believing appearances. Spiritual wisdom teaches that discernment is not judgment. It is clarity. It's understanding that not everyone can walk with you on your journey of awakening. Carl Jung reminded us that relationships mirror what is within us, and that sometimes the unease you feel around someone is your subconscious recognizing danger before your mind does. So when your spirit grows heavy around a person, listen. Don't explain it away. Don't call it overthinking. Protect your energy as sacred ground. The moment you release those who secretly root against you, you open space for those who genuinely celebrate your evolution. Prevention is not fear. It is maturity. It's choosing alignment over attachment, truth over illusion, clarity over chaos. Love without respect is manipulation. Kindness without discernment is self-betrayal. And as Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Don't call betrayal fate. Call it awareness. Protecting your peace before the wound is not weakness, it's wisdom. When you act with clarity, your silence becomes your sword. Your distance becomes your strength, and your peace becomes your power. 7. The power of secrecy and silence. Carl Jung understood the hidden strength behind silence, the kind that does not demand attention, but commands it effortlessly. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, silence is not weakness. It is control, composure, and sacred protection. When you speak less, you reveal less, and that gives you the power to direct how others perceive you. Jung guarded information as if it were a weapon, not out of fear, but out of wisdom, because he knew that mystery makes the mind restless. People crave to know more about what they cannot fully understand, and that curiosity shifts power in your favor. When you refuse to overshare, you create a psychological distance that forces others to respect your presence without needing constant explanation. Every word you speak is energy, and every secret you reveal is a piece of power you give away. Jung's insight reminds us that not everyone who listens deserves to know what moves within your mind. Some people listen only to use your truth against you, while others are drawn to your openness merely to satisfy their curiosity, not to understand your soul. In spiritual awakening, silence becomes a divine shield that preserves your inner peace from unnecessary noise. When you choose to speak only when it adds value, you're no longer reacting, you're leading. This is the art of self-mastery that Jung so often hinted at: to control perception by controlling revelation. The less you say, the more weight your words carry. Silence also sharpens your perception. When you stop speaking to fill the air, you start listening to what's truly being said between the lines. Jung believed that human beings reveal their unconscious through their reactions, not their words. So when you stay silent, you begin to see the truth of others, their intentions, their fears, their manipulation without them realizing it. In that moment, silence turns from stillness into strategy. You're no longer participating in emotional chaos. You're observing it with clarity. That is the real mark of spiritual awakening, not in how loudly you defend your truth, but in how calmly you guard it. The greatest illusion is that silence is emptiness. In reality, silence is energy condensed. It creates curiosity, and curiosity creates power. People become unsettled when they can't read your next move, and in that uncertainty, you hold the upper hand. You don't need to fight for attention when your stillness already speaks volumes. As Jung once said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. When you keep parts of yourself hidden, you are not being deceptive, you are being wise. You are protecting the sacred space of your spirit from those who have not yet earned the right to access it. True spirituality is not about exposure, it's about elevation. Silence aligns you with your inner knowing, where intuition replaces impulse. It teaches you to observe without reacting, to understand without explaining, and to shine without announcing. This is the quiet confidence of those who walk the path of awareness. They do not seek to be understood. They seek to be at peace. And in that peace, they become unpredictable, untouchable, and profoundly powerful. 8. Turning betrayal into power. Betrayal exposes truth and hidden motives, revealing what words could not. It's not merely an act of deceit, but a spiritual initiation, forcing you to see beyond illusions and identify who truly belongs in your life. Through the lens of spirituality and spiritual growth, betrayal is never meant to destroy you. It's designed to refine you. It teaches you the sacred art of discernment, showing you where your trust was placed too loosely and where your energy was being drained by false loyalty. When someone betrays you, their mask falls off, and what remains is raw truth. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Betrayal brings the unconscious motives of others into light, and though it hurts, it liberates you from false attachments that were never meant to follow you into your next chapter. The first rule when betrayal strikes is to respond strategically, never emotionally. Emotions can cloud judgment and make you reactive when what you truly need is reflection. Think of Steve Jobs After being ousted from Apple, the very company he founded, he didn't drown in anger or resentment. Instead, he redirected his energy into creation, founding Next and revitalizing Pixar, eventually returning to Apple and reclaiming his place as a visionary leader. That is the power of turning pain into purpose. He didn't just come back, he came back stronger, sharper, and spiritually grounded in his own worth. Betrayal can be the same catalyst for you. It pushes you to rebuild yourself from a higher level of consciousness, where external validation no longer defines your direction. To grow spiritually from betrayal, start by studying it without bias. Where did the cracks begin? Were there subtle signs you ignored because your heart hoped for loyalty that wasn't real? Perhaps the betrayal only exposed what was already broken, a dynamic built on convenience, not authenticity. When you analyze without bitterness, you transform victimhood into wisdom. You begin to understand that betrayal doesn't come to show you who others are. It comes to remind you who you are. You are not the version that needs everyone's approval. You are the version that stands firm in truth, even if it means standing alone for a while. From this point forward, protect your energy with higher standards. Building your relationships like sacred temples, entry requires integrity, not familiarity. Measure people not by their intensity, but by their consistency. Watch how they behave when you succeed. Notice if they celebrate your growth or subtly compete with it. Loyalty isn't loud, it's steady. Those who gossip to you will gossip about you. Those who stay neutral when you're attacked are silently aligned with those who envy you. When betrayal happens, it doesn't end your story, it edits your cast. Transforming betrayal into power means redirecting your pain toward creation, not retaliation. Instead of venting, channel that energy into purpose. Work out, write, study, build, pray, meditate, whatever restores your spiritual center. Forgiveness is not permission for re-entry. It's closure for your own peace. When you forgive, you reclaim control over your emotional landscape. As you do, you begin to realize that betrayal was not punishment. It was protection. It was God's way of removing people who couldn't breathe at the altitude you're ascending to. So take the lesson and make it sacred. Turn your reaction into reflection, your loss into leverage, your heartbreak into higher standards. Betrayal will always test your strength, but it will also reveal your destiny. Just as Steve Jobs turned exile into dominance, you too can turn disappointment into divine direction. The key is to stay calm, stay strategic, and stay rooted in your spirituality. Remember, betrayal is not the end of your story. It's the turning point where your spiritual growth begins to shape your true power. And that brings us to the end of today's video. Remember, as Carl Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. The same courage applies when recognizing who truly stands beside you and who only pretends to. Stay aware, stay authentic, and protect your peace, because not everyone who smiles with you walks with you in truth. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to our channel, Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with insights to deepen your spiritual wisdom and strengthen your journey of spiritual awakening. Carl Jung's 7 Genius Tricks to Break Free from Manipulators. People don't trick you because they're smarter. They trick you because they know where you're blind. Carl Jung once said that what remains unconscious controls your life until you make it conscious. Every day, we meet people who try to shape our emotions, twist our words, or quietly pull our strings, not always out of malice, but out of habit, fear, or power. But what if you could see through it all? What if you could recognize the invisible games being played around you and reclaim your power with calm awareness? In today's video, Carl Jung's 7 Genius Tricks to Break Free from Manipulators will uncover how to rise above subtle control and walk through life with clarity, confidence, and emotional independence. Comment below. Have you ever realized someone was manipulating you only after it was too late? Let's explore this truth together here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Mirror defense. Manipulators despise being exposed because their control depends on your emotional reaction. When you stay calm and mirror their behavior instead of reacting, you quietly dismantle their illusion of power. Reflecting their tone, their words, and their questions back to them forces them to face their own tactics, and in that reflection, their manipulation begins to dissolve. This isn't about confrontation or aggression. It's about clarity and spiritual awareness. As Carl Jung taught, everything that disturbs us in others reveals something within ourselves. The same principle applies here. When you hold a mirror to a manipulator, they come face to face with their own unconscious motives, and that realization breaks their control more effectively than any argument ever could. The mirror defense is a form of psychological self-mastery rooted in spirituality and spiritual awakening. It turns chaos into consciousness. Manipulators expect you to lose balance to explain, justify, or defend yourself because your emotional reactions are their fuel. But when you remain detached, composed, and aware, their strategy collapses. They try to provoke guilt, confusion, or doubt, yet you simply respond with centered stillness. Their words lose weight because your energy no longer feeds their drama. When you say calmly, "You think I'm overreacting?" or "You feel I don't care about you," instead of arguing or apologizing, you make them hear themselves. The moment they're forced to confront their own voice, reflected back at them, their manipulative power fades like a shadow in the light. This method works because it transforms emotional manipulation into self-reflection. You become the mirror that exposes what they're trying to hide, not through judgment, but through presence. Your awareness itself becomes the weapon. Spirituality teaches that true power is quiet, not loud. Stillness is stronger than chaos. The manipulator thrives in confusion. Yet when faced with calm, conscious energy, they lose their footing. Your detachment becomes magnetic. It unsettles them because they can no longer predict or control you. It's like trying to fight smoke. It slips through their hands, leaving them powerless. Using the mirror defense isn't just protection, it's evolution. Each time you choose reflection over reaction, you strengthen your spiritual core. You move from unconsciousness to mastery, from defense to divine observation. You learn that silence can reveal more than speech, that neutrality can expose what rage cannot. This is the essence of awakening, when you rise above the game instead of playing it. When you see the manipulator not as a threat, but as a mirror of their own unresolved pain, you transcend their reach entirely. Through calm reflection, you reclaim your sovereignty. You no longer bend under guilt or persuasion because you've remembered who you are, a conscious being whose peace cannot be stolen. And as you continue practicing this awareness, you'll notice that manipulation simply stops working on you. Not because others have changed, but because you have. Your energy, now rooted in spiritual awakening, becomes unshakable. The mirror defense is not just a psychological trick. It's a declaration of inner power. It's the moment you stop reacting to the world and start mastering it from within. If this message resonates with your spirit, show your reflection of truth, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our spiritual wisdom. Type in the comments, "I reflect truth and protect my peace." 2. Emotion vacuum. Manipulators survive on the energy of your emotions. Their power doesn't come from truth or logic, it comes from your reactions. The moment you raise your voice, defend yourself, or over-explain, you hand them the keys to your inner world. They thrive when you feel anxious, guilty, or desperate to be understood. But when you remain calm, silent, and emotionally still, everything changes. Your neutrality becomes their confusion. Your silence becomes their mirror. They can no longer feed on your emotional energy because you've closed the door to their favorite weapon, your reaction. Carl Jung once said that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. When you no longer allow irritation to rule you, you move from reaction to revelation. You begin to see the manipulator not as a threat, but as a test of your spiritual growth. The true strength lies in what you don't give away. Every word you withhold, every reaction you master, weakens their hold. Stillness is not passive, it's strategic. It's the language of power that few people understand. When you remain unreadable, you strip the manipulator of their script. They're left fumbling, uncertain, uncomfortable in the void you've created. This is the emotion vacuum, a sacred silence where their control disintegrates. In this space, your calm presence becomes louder than any argument, and your quiet confidence speaks volumes. You begin to notice how their tactics fail, how their energy collapses when yours no longer bends. This neutrality is not about indifference, it's about mastery. It's about rising above the level of reaction and reclaiming authority over your own energy. In spirituality, this is where transformation begins. True spiritual growth is not found in constant peace talks with chaos, but in the ability to sit in silence while storms rage around you. The manipulator's greatest fear is losing emotional access to you. Because once you stop feeding their need for reaction, their entire illusion of power crumbles. You are no longer their source. You become their lesson. When you stop explaining, defending, or proving, you begin embodying inner strength. You start realizing that your silence doesn't mean defeat. It means control. The manipulator cannot fight what does not fight back, cannot provoke what remains unprovoked. Your stillness becomes your shield, your calmness your weapon, and your peace your rebellion. In that unshakable quiet, you discover the ultimate truth. Power doesn't scream, it radiates. And when you radiate calm certainty, you reclaim your energy, your freedom, and your spirit. 3. Strategic delay. Manipulators have one favorite weapon: urgency. They thrive on rushing you into decisions before you can breathe, think, or feel clearly. Their power lies not in intelligence, but in speed, in their ability to overwhelm your nervous system and make you believe that time is running out. This is where Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals a hidden art, the art of strategic delay. It means reclaiming the tempo of your own soul by slowing everything down. You do not answer immediately. You pause. You breathe. You give yourself space to observe rather than react. Because in that pause, you shift from being the controlled to becoming the controller. Manipulators rely on your impulse. The moment you stop giving them speed, their entire strategy collapses. When you slow down your reaction, you silently communicate power. Your calmness becomes unsettling to those who seek to dominate you. They expect panic, and instead, they meet stillness. They expect a desperate yes, and instead, they meet silence. Time becomes your ally, and their own urgency betrays them. This is why Viktor Frankl said, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies our power to choose." That space is the essence of your spiritual awakening. Jung believed that awareness, pure, patient awareness, turns manipulation into revelation. When you delay, you give the unconscious patterns of others enough time to expose themselves. Their intentions, once hidden, become clear. You begin to see their motives, their insecurity, and their need for control. Each time you hold your silence, you reclaim energy. Each delay becomes a sacred act of self-respect. You are teaching both yourself and others that your decisions are made from clarity, not pressure. In this stillness, you are no longer a puppet reacting to invisible strings. You are the one holding them. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that true strength doesn't shout or rush. It observes, reflects, and then moves with precision. A manipulator uses urgency to feed off your fear, but when you remain silent, they starve. Your refusal to be rushed is your declaration of sovereignty. You are saying, "I am not on your timeline. I am on my own." Strategic delay is not avoidance. It is awareness in motion. It is the ability to let silence work for you. In those quiet moments, your intuition sharpens, your mind steadies, and your authority deepens. The manipulator becomes trapped in their own tempo, confused by your refusal to dance to their rhythm. Time begins to reveal the truth. Those who pressure you fear losing control, while those who respect you will wait. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." The pause gives you that inward look. It transforms chaos into clarity, reaction into wisdom. So when someone demands an instant answer, do not rush to fill the silence. Let them wait. Let the air grow still. Your delay disarms them more than argument ever could. Because power is not loud, it is patient. And when you learn to master your own rhythm, manipulation loses its grip entirely. Time becomes your weapon, silence your shield, and awareness your liberation. This is the heart of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. In the stillness between moments, you discover that no one truly controls you unless you surrender your timing to them. 4. Reward reversal. Manipulators control not through strength, but through the subtle art of emotional conditioning. They thrive on your reactions, feeding on your need for validation and your fear of disapproval. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that once you awaken to this truth, the entire dynamic begins to crumble. Manipulators play on two frequencies, praise and guilt. They inflate your ego to make you crave their approval, and then deflate it to make you chase it again. But the moment you stop responding to this game, you break the cycle. You become untouchable. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is the essence of reward reversal, recognizing the unseen strings that move you and then cutting them one by one until you are free. When you no longer reward manipulation with emotional energy, everything changes. You stop giving them what they want, your reactions, your explanations, your need to prove your worth. Instead, you remain calm, steady, and neutral, like still water that reflects truth, but does not ripple at every stone thrown at it. That calmness confuses them, because manipulators survive through emotional chaos. The quieter you become, the louder their discomfort grows. You start to see their tactics clearly. The sudden flattery after conflict, the guilt-laced reminders of what you owe, the backhanded praise designed to make you question yourself. But instead of reacting, you observe. You smile inwardly. You let their words fall into the silence of your awareness without offering energy in return. This silence is not weakness. It is power in its purest form. From the lens of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this process is not about revenge or dominance. It's about energetic alignment. Manipulators are not just emotional thieves. They are energetic parasites feeding on your vibrational output. Every sigh, every explanation, every tear becomes their sustenance. But when you choose detachment, you starve the illusion. You start to see the energetic exchange for what it is, a one-sided contract you no longer agree to. You pull your light back to yourself. You learn to invest it only where it grows, where it expands your peace instead of draining it. This is emotional sovereignty, the ability to remain in your own vibration regardless of another's manipulation. Jung believed that the journey of individuation, the becoming of one's true self, requires you to see through the false roles people project onto you. You stop performing in their theater. You walk off the stage and return to your inner kingdom. As the manipulator begins to lose control, they may panic. They may test you, provoke you, or suddenly act affectionate to regain access to your emotions. But your task is to stay centered in your energy, to remain unmoved by both flattery and guilt. You are no longer their mirror of control. You are now the mirror of truth. Every time you don't react, their own emptiness reflects back to them. It is not your duty to fix or save them. Your duty is to preserve your peace. This is where true spiritual wisdom lives, not in argument or resistance, but in awareness and self-mastery. When you practice reward reversal consistently, you realize something profound. Control only exists when you believe you need their approval. The moment you no longer seek it, you become the source of your own validation. And from that moment on, no manipulator can touch you, not because you've built walls, but because you've raised your frequency beyond their reach. 5. Ambiguity armor. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual growth, there is great wisdom in what Carl Jung might call the art of ambiguity armor, remaining calm, unreadable, and subtly detached in a world that constantly seeks emotional access. Manipulators survive on your reactions. They feed on predictability and patterns, studying how you respond so they can control your narrative. When you become vague, quiet, and emotionally centered, you shatter their blueprint. Every pause, every soft-spoken word, every mysterious glance becomes your silent act of rebellion. Jung once said, Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. In this context, what irritates a manipulator most is your silence, and mystery is a mirror of their own insecurity and inability to control you. When they cannot decode you, they lose power over you, because what they cannot understand, they cannot use. This is not about deception, it's about sacred self-protection. In spiritual growth, you must learn that not every emotion deserves exposure, and not every thought needs validation. Sometimes, your peace depends on how little you reveal. When you practice emotional stillness, you create a field of quiet power that no manipulator can penetrate. They begin to project their confusion onto you, and in that mirror of ambiguity, they reveal themselves more than you ever could. The more composed you are, the louder their instability becomes. This is spiritual alchemy, transforming your silence into strength, your restraint into radiant power. Ambiguity armor also teaches you to value timing over reaction. Instead of rushing to explain, you pause. Instead of defending yourself, you breathe. This simple act of slowing down rewires your energetic pattern. Jung understood that power is not found in control, but in self-mastery. By remaining unreadable, you signal that your energy is sovereign, your emotions are disciplined, and your presence is not for manipulation, but for meaning. When you no longer feed chaos with constant explanation, you ascend into a higher state of awareness, one where you observe rather than absorb. That is the essence of spirituality: awareness without attachment, compassion without chaos. So, when someone tries to provoke or confuse you, stay still within yourself. Respond with short, grounded answers. Let your silence echo louder than their noise. Your unpredictability becomes your armor. Your calmness becomes your weapon. You shift from being the controlled to the controller, not through dominance, but through spiritual composure. This is how you break free without fighting, how you win without wounding. In this sacred space of calm ambiguity, you no longer seek to be understood. You seek to understand yourself. And once you master that inner clarity, no manipulator can ever reach you again. 6. The exit threat. True power isn't loud, it's silent. It's the quiet confidence that you can walk away from anything or anyone that no longer aligns with your peace. Manipulators lose control the moment they realize you're not afraid to leave. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that detachment, emotional, mental, or financial, is the soul's way of reclaiming freedom. The one who can detach holds the real leverage, because manipulation feeds on dependency. When your happiness no longer depends on their approval or presence, their illusion of control collapses. They start to fear your absence more than they ever valued your presence, because your calm withdrawal exposes the weakness behind their power. Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. When you accept yourself, you no longer need anyone's manipulation to feel worthy. You become whole on your own." Manipulators survive by making you question your reality. They thrive when you doubt your strength, when you feel guilty for setting boundaries, or when you crave validation. But once you awaken to this pattern, you realize their control was never real. It existed only through your emotional participation. Walking away doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop sacrificing your peace to keep someone else comfortable. That moment of detachment is an act of consciousness. It's when the observer in you awakens. Your silence, your stillness, and your decision to no longer react become your spiritual armor. In that sacred distance, you stop being their pawn and start becoming your own master. Jung's psychology teaches that individuation, the process of becoming your true self, requires separation from the forces that distort your identity. Detachment isn't coldness, it's clarity. It's the realization that love cannot thrive where control exists. When you reach this level of awareness, your presence becomes precious. You no longer stay where you are tolerated. You go where you are valued. You stop trying to prove your worth and simply embody it. The manipulator senses this shift and panics because your calm independence reflects their inner chaos. They can no longer read or predict you've become a mystery they can't decode. This is the power of spiritual awakening. You transcend their tactics by refusing to play their game. Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that the mind which is conscious of its own light can no longer be enslaved by shadows. Your detachment doesn't make you cruel. It makes you free. It teaches you that you can love deeply without losing yourself, and that you can care without being controlled. So when someone tries to manipulate you again, don't argue or explain. Simply understand. Step back and remember who you are. The power to walk away is not rebellion. It's self-respect in motion. It's your soul saying, I choose peace over chaos. Detachment is not escape, it's alignment. It's knowing your worth so profoundly that no illusion can make you forget it. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that true transformation begins when you stop trying to fix others and start mastering yourself. And when you do, you'll find that your silence speaks louder than their control. Your distance commands more respect than your presence ever did, and your freedom becomes the greatest lesson they'll never forget. 7. Master level strategy. Play dumb. Carl Jung believed that true power lies not in domination, but in awareness. And one of the most profound strategies he hinted at through his teachings is the art of playing dumb. This isn't weakness or submission. It's a high-level psychological and spiritual move, a form of invisible armor used by those who have achieved deep spiritual awakening and emotional mastery. When you face manipulators who try to twist your emotions or provoke reactions, the best response is not to fight back openly, but to act unaware while remaining sharply observant. This subtle game of consciousness confuses those who seek control, because manipulators feed on reaction, not reflection. By pretending not to notice their tactics, you allow them to expose themselves, to reveal the cracks in their own mask, while you remain calm, detached, and unshakably centered. It's the stillness of a lake that reflects everything, yet remains untouched by what it mirrors. Playing dumb in this context isn't about deceit. It's about maintaining sovereignty over your inner peace, which is the highest form of intelligence and spirituality. The manipulator thrives when they can provoke emotion, but when you refuse to engage, you take away their source of fuel. Jung understood that the mind of an awakened person is like a fortress. It doesn't crumble under manipulation because it recognizes projection for what it is: the shadow of another person seeking validation. By staying quiet and pretending to be unaware, you gain time, insight, and strategic advantage. You're not reacting impulsively, but responding with consciousness. It's like spiritual chess, where you let your opponent make all the moves while you study the board. Your silence, in this sense, becomes a psychological weapon. It makes them overconfident, believing they fooled you. But in reality, you're the one who has already seen through the illusion. Jung wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." The manipulator's tactics are born from this fear. And when you refuse to mirror it, you reveal their emptiness without saying a word. Every time you play dumb with awareness, you rise above ego-driven interaction and move closer to your spiritual awakening. You begin to realize that not everything requires reaction. Not every battle deserves your energy. This is emotional alchemy, turning the poison of manipulation into the gold of self-control. In this higher state of consciousness, you observe everything and absorb nothing. You become unreadable, unprovocable, and therefore untouchable. The manipulator's energy collapses when it finds no resistance to feed upon. This is why the most powerful people in any room are often the quietest. They understand that energy speaks louder than words. Through stillness, you master power. Through patience, you learn clarity. And through self-control, you attain true freedom. So when someone tries to pull you into their web of emotional games, remember, you are not here to prove your intelligence, but to protect your peace. That is the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening, to move beyond reaction, to embody calm awareness, and to let your silence become the loudest expression of your wisdom. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss new insights from spiritual wisdom. Keep growing in awareness and mastering your own energy through the teachings of Carl Jung. Type in the comments, "I am free from manipulation and fully in control of my mind." And remember, true freedom begins when you learn to see through the games of manipulation and reclaim your inner authority. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Stay aware, stay centered, and never let anyone rewrite your truth. If you found this video enlightening, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that continue to guide you on your journey of self-mastery and spiritual awakening. The dark psychology of high vibration souls. Even the brightest light casts the darkest shadow. Carl Jung. If you've ever been told you have a powerful presence or a radiant energy, then this message is for you. High vibration souls inspire others with love, wisdom, and positivity. But beneath that light lies a hidden strength, a fierce spiritual force that emerges when you are tested. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, We're diving into the dark psychology of high vibration souls, revealing why your kindness shouldn't be mistaken for weakness, and how your shadow can be your greatest protection. Have you ever felt that when someone wrongs you, life has a mysterious way of balancing the scales? Comment below if you've noticed this energy in your own journey, and let's rise into a deeper understanding of who we truly are. 1. Karmic acceleration. Highly vibrational souls walk through life as embodiments of spirituality and spiritual awakening, radiating kindness, compassion, and truth. Yet there is a profound force beneath their calm surface that many underestimate. Carl Jung once said, "Where there is light, there must also be shadow," and this perfectly reflects the hidden side of those with elevated frequency. They are not naive beings who allow mistreatment. Instead, they are protected by universal laws that respond swiftly when harm is directed toward them. Their energy is pure and aligned with purpose, and because of that, karma listens closely to their experience. Anyone who attacks their peace, manipulates their trust, or tries to diminish their light ends up triggering a rapid karmic consequence that returns their own negativity multiplied. This phenomenon, known as karmic acceleration, is not something they consciously activate. They do not seek revenge, and they do not wish pain upon others. Their hearts are too evolved for that. Instead, they simply allow the universe to handle what the human ego cannot. Their spiritual awakening strengthens the bond between their soul and the natural law of cause and effect. So when someone sends darkness their way, the universe responds immediately, not out of punishment, but out of balance. It is like a spiritual boomerang. The darker the intention thrown at them, the faster and harder it returns to the sender. Some people discover this truth the hard way, wondering why their life suddenly collapses after betraying someone whose energy was rooted in love. A high vibration soul is a catalyst of truth. Their presence exposes hidden motives, peeling away masks people desperately try to wear. Those with pure hearts feel safe around them, while those with deceitful intentions feel discomfort, fear, or irrational anger. This exposure is not caused by anything they do. It is caused by the energy they naturally carry. It is difficult to lie to someone who is aligned with their inner wisdom, who sees through manipulation with ease, who senses emotional shifts instantly. When they walk away from toxicity without causing a scene, that silence is what activates universal intervention. The person who harmed them may think they got away with it. But soon, life begins returning every piece of negativity they projected. Highly vibrational souls are guided by something greater. Their purpose is too important for the universe to allow sabotage. So when someone attempts to block their spiritual growth, drain their energy, or pull them off their path, the universe rapidly removes that person, sometimes through conflict, sometimes through distance, and sometimes through the karmic downfall of the offender. Doors close, opportunities disappear, relationships crumble, and emotional turmoil rises, all as a reflection of the harm they once caused. Karma is not cruel. It is educational. It teaches people to stop exploiting kindness and to stop confusing gentleness with weakness. It teaches them that harming someone aligned with spiritual truth is the same as harming themselves. People often say, "Nothing good happens after I hurt that person." That is because they attacked someone the universe chose to protect. Those who support a high vibration soul rise with them and receive blessings, while those who betray them fall by their own actions. This is the dark psychology of high vibration souls. They do not retaliate with words or violence. They simply continue living in alignment, and that alone dismantles the negativity directed at them. Their light is not soft, it is a sword. Their silence is not weakness, it is divine protection in motion. And their presence is not ordinary, it is a reminder that energy never lies, and the universe always keeps its promises. Do you believe in karmic acceleration? Comment below with faith. I trust the universe's justice. 2. Immunity to energy vampires. High vibration souls possess a unique immunity to energy vampires because your spiritual field is built on truth, inner alignment, and self-respect, making it impossible for negative or manipulative people to drain you the way they drain others. Instead, they are the ones who lose energy in your presence, becoming tired, frustrated, or even disoriented, as if their hidden intentions are exposed under the clarity of your light. You operate from a place of genuine spirituality and spiritual development, not from ego or the need to please others. And because you have learned how to hold your inner power, you no longer allow unhealthy attachments or guilt-based manipulation to penetrate your peace. When someone tries to siphon your joy, they quickly realize that your energy cannot be stolen or controlled because your strength does not come from needing approval, but from knowing who you are and refusing to betray your own soul. Even when an energy vampire approaches you with subtle manipulation, acting like a victim, demanding attention, or creating emotional chaos, their tactics collapse in front of you. Your aura acts like a shield that reflects their darkness back to them. They try to take your light, but instead, they are forced to confront their own shadow. Like Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life. When they stand near you, the unconscious becomes visible. And for people who hide behind deception or emotional parasitism, this feels deeply uncomfortable. Your energy becomes a mirror that shows them the emptiness they work so hard to avoid. You do not even need to defend yourself or fight back. Your vibration itself does the work. The higher your consciousness rises, the harder it becomes for others to manipulate or drain you. Because you are committed to spiritual development, you have learned an essential truth. Compassion without boundaries becomes self-harm. You are kind, but you are no longer naive. You give love, but you never abandon your self-worth. You support others, but you refuse to carry their unhealed wounds at the cost of your mental and emotional well-being. This is why energy vampires often disappear from your life without explanation. They cannot survive where they cannot feed. They may even accuse you of being too distant or too strong, but what they truly mean is, I cannot control you anymore. And that realization leaves them powerless. Your presence interrupts their patterns. Your peace disrupts their chaos. Your clarity exposes their manipulation. Your vibration dismantles their control. They leave not because you failed them, but because you awakened them, and awakening is painful for those who cling to darkness. So they retreat, weakened, searching for someone else who will allow them to drain freely. Meanwhile, you remain aligned, protected, and energized because you are plugged into a deeper source. Your purpose, your truth, your spirituality. You shine without trying. You heal without forcing. You stand firm without aggression. And that is why high vibration souls become untouchable in the face of toxic behavior. You have evolved beyond being a battery for someone else's emptiness, and your growth itself becomes your shield. If this message resonates with your soul, share it with someone who needs protection from draining energies. Together, let's help more high vibration spirits stay strong, sovereign, and immune to energy vampires. 3. Shadow reflection. High vibration souls carry a rare kind of light, and that light works like a mirror, revealing truths others try to bury deep inside themselves. When you walk into a room, you do not just brighten the space. You reflect people back to themselves, their ego, their insecurities, their unresolved trauma. This can feel uncomfortable for those who are used to hiding their wounds behind masks. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Your presence forces what is hidden to rise to the surface. People may admire you at first because they can sense something powerful and pure in you. But admiration can quickly turn into resistance when their shadow is exposed. Without saying a word, you reveal where they feel inadequate, where they lack confidence, and where healing has not yet happened. You become the trigger, not because you harmed them, but because you remind them of what they have tried to forget. It is easier for them to blame you than to face their own truth. They may distance themselves, criticize you, or treat you with coldness, all as a defense against what they feel inside. Your energy becomes a quiet catalyst for transformation. Just by being yourself, you show others the gap between who they are and who they could become. And that gap can feel like a wound. Jung explained, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Your presence demands evolution, theirs and yours. Even when they don't understand why they feel jealous, intimidated, or uncomfortable around you, their reaction is a sign that something inside them is shifting. Some will grow because of you. They will thank you for helping them see their shadow and heal what was broken. They will come to appreciate the spiritual wisdom you bring into their lives, the gift of awareness. But others will reject the mirror altogether. They are not ready to confront their pain, so they turn away from the person who reflects it. They see you as a threat, not a blessing, because facing the truth requires courage they have not yet developed. This is why high vibration souls often feel misunderstood or unfairly judged. You are not here to please everyone. You are here to awaken them. Your spiritual awakening intensifies this mirror effect, making you a living reminder that authenticity exists and that excuses are no longer enough. When people react negatively to you, understand what is really happening. They are facing themselves. They are wrestling with their shadow. You do not need to dim your light just to soothe someone else's darkness. Stand tall in your truth, because your energy is not the problem. It is the solution they are not ready for. Even if they do not realize it now, you have planted a seed of transformation. And one day, when they are strong enough to look into the mirror again, they will finally understand the gift you were all along. 4. Detection of deception. High vibration souls possess a unique form of perception that goes far beyond what the eyes can see. Their spirituality sharpens the senses in a way that feels almost supernatural to others. They detect deception instantly, as if their intuition has already decoded the truth before a lie is even spoken. Their energy is aligned with honesty, so whenever someone tries to hide their motives or twist the truth, that misalignment becomes loud and unmistakable to them. This is not imagination. It is a heightened instinct born from spiritual awakening, a deep attunement to the subtle vibrations behind words, actions, and intentions. People who operate from deceit feel nervous around them. Their heartbeat shifts, their voice changes, their eyes look away, and high-vibration souls notice every detail without trying. They sense the tension between what someone says and what their spirit is actually communicating. And it is this inner alarm system, this spiritual radar, that protects them from manipulation and betrayal. Carl Jung emphasized that the unconscious always leaks through, and high-vibration souls are the ones who can read those leaks effortlessly. They watch the tiny inconsistencies others overlook, the forced laugh, the delayed response, the overly polished story. Every small sign exposes the larger lie beneath. Dishonest people instinctively feel threatened in their presence. It is as if their masks begin to crack the moment they stand close. They feel exposed because high-vibration souls are mirrors, reflecting truth so clearly that lies struggle to survive. These intuitive individuals don't even need to confront the deception. Their silence alone becomes pressure, a force that pushes hidden intentions into the light. And those with dark agendas hate that feeling. They call these spiritually awakened individuals too sensitive, too suspicious, or overthinking, just to invalidate the intuition that scares them. Yet this ability does not come from arrogance. It comes from experience, painful experience. High-vibration souls have been lied to, used, betrayed, manipulated, and left to heal in silence. And instead of allowing these wounds to harden their heart, they allowed them to awaken the spirit. Their energy became fine-tuned to patterns of deception so that the same harm would never be repeated. Every lie they once believed became a lesson. Every betrayal they survived became wisdom. Their empathy matured into spiritual intelligence. Authenticity rises naturally around them because their energy encourages honesty. When someone has pure intentions, they feel safe, seen, and understood in the presence of a high-vibration soul. But when someone's words and spirit are not aligned, that same presence becomes uncomfortable, almost unbearable. It's not because the high-vibration soul is judging them. It is because their light forces the truth to surface. People either align with that light or run from it. This is the dark psychology of a high-vibration soul. They do not expose lies with aggression, revenge, or loud confrontations. They expose lies simply by being who they are. Their spirituality becomes a shield. Their spiritual awakening becomes a weapon of truth. And anyone who tries to deceive them will eventually reveal themselves out of fear, guilt, or the pressure of facing someone who cannot be fooled. If this insight resonates with you, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss content that protects your energy and sharpens your intuition. Comment below. My intuition sees the truth. 5. Powerful influence. You may not always see it, but your presence alone has the power to shift the entire atmosphere of a room. And within spirituality and spiritual development, this influence becomes undeniable. When a high-vibration soul like you walks in, the energy rises, standards elevate, and suddenly masks start to fall away. You don't even have to speak. Your authenticity exposes hidden intentions and reveals who people truly are beneath their practice roles, because your energy demands honesty. Carl Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And this pain often shows up when others are forced to confront the parts of themselves they have buried. Some people feel inspired in your presence, admiring your strength, your inner clarity, and the peace you radiate with such ease. But others, the ones still afraid to grow, feel threatened the moment your light reveals the shadows they refuse to face. They do not understand how you maintain integrity while the world pushes everyone else toward pretense. They do not understand why you refuse to shrink or settle. So instead of asking themselves how they can rise higher, they look for ways to dim your shine. Jealousy becomes a shield, gossip becomes their language, and resistance becomes their only form of self-protection. They aren't angry at you. They are angry at the version of themselves that never dared to evolve. And that is the dark psychology of being a high vibration soul. Your presence is both a blessing and a disruption, because you are a mirror that reflects the truth people avoid. You force them to see what they could become if they chose courage over comfort. Yet, do not forget that you are also a powerful catalyst for transformation. The ones who are ready to awaken cannot help but be drawn to you, as if your energy calls their potential forward. Even in silence, you empower others to rise. Without preaching a single lesson, you awaken something sleeping inside them. But that very awakening demands a choice. Either they grow with you, or they cling to their old patterns. And that choice reveals exactly who is aligned with your journey and who fears the responsibility of real spiritual development. So continue to embrace who you are without apology. Your influence is not accidental. It is a divine gift. You were not designed to be small or invisible so others could remain comfortable in their stagnation. You are here to elevate every space you touch, to disrupt what is false, and to expand what is possible. Let people admire you or resent you. It makes no difference. Both reactions confirm your impact. Keep shining boldly. Keep raising the energy. Keep showing others what real growth looks like simply by existing as your truest self. Because light does not wait for permission. It transforms everything the moment it arrives. 6. Ruthless boundary cutting. High vibration souls are often seen as soft-hearted and endlessly forgiving, but those perceptions barely scratch the surface of their true inner strength. Their greatest psychological armor is their ability to cut off anyone who repeatedly disrespects their spirit. When someone crosses a line too many times, when manipulation continues behind smiles, or when kindness is met with exploitation, they do not argue, they do not beg, and they do not seek validation. They disconnect with decisive and permanent finality. Many misunderstand this as coldness, yet it is one of the highest forms of self-respect. As Carl Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, and high vibration souls have accepted that protecting their peace is their sacred duty. They know that spiritual wisdom requires boundaries, not because love disappears, but because love for themselves must come first. This boundary cutting feels ruthless to those who expected endless access to their empathy. People who once benefited from their patience often experience shock when the door slams shut and never opens again. It is in that moment that everyone realizes how powerful a high vibration soul truly is. The same open heart that once embraced others without judgment can also become a steel barrier when needed. They do not announce their departure or explain their silence, because genuine spiritual awakening makes them understand that energy speaks louder than words. When a pattern of disrespect reveals itself, they choose clarity over chaos, peace over attachment, and inner freedom over emotional chains. They refuse to let guilt or fear keep them in situations that drain their spiritual light. The truth is simple. Detaching completely is sometimes the only path to survival. High vibration individuals feel deeply, and that emotional sensitivity is not weakness. It is their superpower. But a superpower is also a responsibility. They have learned through pain that not everyone deserves access to their energy. Some people only take, only drain, only consume. And for an awakened soul, allowing that to continue would be self-betrayal. They can forgive someone 100 times, but the 101st betrayal becomes the turning point where their heart transforms from unconditional support to unbreakable boundaries. When they walk away, they stay gone. No more chances. No more explanations. No more rescuing someone who refuses to rescue themselves. Their silence becomes the loudest lesson. Spiritual wisdom teaches that your soul must be your top priority. That is why high vibration souls do not fear solitude. They fear losing themselves. Cutting ties is not cruelty. It is sacred protection. People who say, "You've changed," are often the same people who benefited from the old version of you. But growth demands evolution. Jung taught that what you resist persists. High vibration individuals no longer resist their inner truth. They embrace it fully, even when it requires saying goodbye to those they once loved. Their absence becomes a mirror that forces others to confront their own behavior, their own shadows, their own failure to appreciate what they had. This form of boundary cutting is not revenge. It is closure. It is spiritual awakening in action. It is the bold declaration, "My peace is non-negotiable." When they choose themselves, the universe honors that choice. New relationships appear, ones built on mutual respect, emotional reciprocity, and aligned values. Their life elevates because their standards elevate. People who once underestimated them finally understand that kindness does not mean weakness, and love without limits is not love, it is sacrifice. High vibration souls stop sacrificing themselves. They rise. If this truth resonates with you, let it be your declaration of power. Comment below, "My boundaries protect my peace," to honor your strength and inspire others to do the same. 7. Illuminating vulnerabilities. High vibration souls carry a presence that is not merely seen, but deeply felt. And this presence becomes a living mirror that exposes the hidden internal world of others, revealing the wounds they try to suppress and the defense mechanisms they use to protect those wounds from being seen. Because when you embody true spirituality and spiritual awakening, your energy naturally creates contrast, making the unresolved pain in others impossible for them to ignore. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And this wisdom explains why the light of a spiritually awakened person often triggers discomfort rather than admiration, as their existence silently asks others, "Why are you still pretending?" Their energy reflects exactly what someone does not want to see: insecurity, jealousy, attachment, fear, and unhealed trauma. Yet this illumination is not meant to wound. It is meant to awaken, acting as a catalyst that encourages growth, truth, and inner healing. However, transformation is a choice, and not everyone is ready to confront their darkness. So while some feel inspired and drawn toward the awakened energy, others respond with resistance, judgment, or hostility because their ego interprets exposure as a threat rather than an opportunity. It is like placing a bright light in a dark room. The moment truth enters, every hidden corner becomes visible, and the person must choose either to start cleaning the mess or to turn off the light and attack the source of illumination. High vibration souls unknowingly become the light switch in the lives of others, and this can lead to two very different outcomes. People who are ready for spiritual awakening feel understood, supported, and encouraged to rise into a higher version of themselves, as if the mere presence of this soul gives them permission to heal. But those who are not ready often react with emotional defensiveness, pushing away the very person whose energy could heal their inner chaos, because facing themselves would require accountability, vulnerability, and change three things the ego fears most. This is why high vibration souls attract complicated reactions. They expose the gap between who someone pretends to be and who they truly are inside, a gap many avoid acknowledging for years. Some will project blame onto the awakened soul, claiming, "You make me feel insecure," when the truth is that their soul is finally being confronted with what it has avoided. Others may attempt to diminish or sabotage the awakened individual to silence that uncomfortable reflection. The irony is that these reactions are not personal. They are psychological protection as the shadow fights to stay hidden. Jung reminds us that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And high vibration souls embody that exact process simply by existing. Their power is not loud, aggressive, or forceful. It is subtle, yet undeniable. They carry truth, and truth always disrupts illusion. They carry healing, and healing always disturbs the wound before it repairs it. They carry love, and love always confronts fear before it dissolves it. So while their presence may activate discomfort, that discomfort is the first step toward liberation. Those who choose growth will evolve because of them, and those who refuse will be triggered by them, proving that their light is not only something beautiful, it is something transformative, disruptive, and spiritually necessary. High vibration souls do not expose darkness to shame others, but to remind them that they too have light waiting to rise. 8. Catalysts for unwanted change. High vibration souls are catalysts for change, not because they try to change others, but simply because their presence exposes what has been ignored for too long. When you show up aligned with truth, authenticity, and inner peace, you shine a light on everything around you that is not aligned. And this creates an internal pressure in others that pushes them towards self-realignment. Many will initially resist this spiritual awakening because comfort is familiar, even when it harms them, while growth demands that they confront their fears, insecurities, and hidden truths. Yet your energy makes denial impossible. As Carl Jung said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And still, Your vibration leaves them no place to hide. Those who encounter you begin to sense a silent invitation to rise higher. Excuses lose power. Patterns that once felt acceptable become unbearable. Their spirit recognizes that standing next to someone committed to their spiritual development means they can no longer pretend they are not capable of more. Some will feel threatened and respond with jealousy, projection, or distance. Others will feel inspired and respond with self-reflection, effort, and change. Either way, they evolve, because staying the same becomes too painful in the presence of someone who is already becoming the most aligned version of themselves. Your life demonstrates another possibility, one where truth is chosen over illusions, responsibility over blame, purpose over drifting. As they watch you embody strength rooted in spirituality rather than ego, they begin to question where they have betrayed their own growth. You awaken hunger for healing, for clarity, for a life that reflects the soul rather than fear. Even if they never say it out loud, they know your energy pushed them forward. They know that your light showed them the path they were avoiding. They know that you became the mirror that forced honesty and the catalyst their transformation needed. Some will walk away when the pressure to grow feels overwhelming, not because you did something wrong, but because evolution requires courage, and not everyone is ready. The ones who stay because their soul has chosen progress. High vibration souls disrupt stagnation, remove illusions, and elevate the standards of every room they enter. You do not demand change. You simply make change unavoidable. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. Even the brightest souls carry a powerful shadow, not as a weakness, but as a reminder that true light is born from balance. Your high vibration is not just about love and peace, but also about strength, boundaries, and spiritual justice. So embrace every part of who you are, because your energy is far more formidable than most people realize. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to leave a like, share this video with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Also, turn on the notification bell so you never miss the profound insights we have coming next. Thank you for watching. Keep rising and keep protecting your light. Why empaths feel lost. Carl Jung's hidden map to your true self will shock you. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Aristotle. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the deeper layers of consciousness and self-discovery through the lens of Carl Jung. In today's video, why empaths feel lost. Carl Jung's hidden map to your true self will shock you. We'll uncover why so many sensitive souls feel disconnected and how understanding your inner map can guide you back home to your authentic self. Remember, personal growth begins when you stop trying to fix yourself and start learning to understand yourself. Have you ever felt lost in the emotions of others? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And let's grow together on this journey towards spiritual awakening and true happiness. 1. The empath's hidden struggle. Empaths possess a rare spiritual sensitivity that allows them to feel the emotions of others as if they were their own. But this very gift often becomes their greatest burden. Carl Jung observed that such heightened perception creates what he called emotional fusion. a psychological entanglement where the empath's boundaries dissolve and their inner world becomes clouded by the pain, fear, and desires of those around them. In this state, they are no longer guided by their authentic self, but by the energetic tides of everyone else's emotions. The empath begins to lose their center, drifting in an ocean of collective feeling, unable to tell whether the sadness they feel belongs to them or to the world they've absorbed. This is the moment Jung's concept of individuation becomes vital, a process of spiritual awakening that leads the empath back to their core identity, to the sacred center that exists beneath all borrowed emotions. Jung believed that the path to healing begins when the empath recognizes that sensitivity is not meant to enslave them, but to awaken them. The purpose of feeling deeply is not to drown, but to understand the unseen connections that bind all life. Through spirituality, the empath learns to transform emotional fusion into conscious compassion, to observe rather than absorb. It is a shift from identification to awareness, a subtle but powerful movement from being a mirror of others to becoming a light of understanding. When the empath stops internalizing external pain, they awaken to their own essence, realizing that love and empathy do not require losing themselves in the suffering of others. They discover that their gift was never about carrying the world's wounds, but about illuminating the path to healing. This spiritual awakening unfolds gradually. At first, the empath feels an aching emptiness, a void where their own emotions should be. But that void, Jung would say, is not the absence of self. It is the silence waiting for truth to emerge. In that silence, the empath begins to sense their authentic vibration, the original frequency that existed before the world's energy entered them. They learn to protect their inner space through awareness, mindfulness, and grounded presence. They begin to draw energetic boundaries, not out of fear, but out of wisdom, understanding that one cannot heal the world by becoming sick with its pain. Spirituality, for them, becomes not an escape, but a realignment, an act of remembering that the soul's purpose is not to merge, but to emanate. Jung's hidden map to the true self is not a linear path, but a spiral journey inward. Each turn of the spiral brings the empath closer to self-realization, deeper into the awareness that their identity is not defined by emotion, but by consciousness itself. In this realization, they find freedom. The empath, who once felt lost in the storm of human feeling, now stands still at its center, radiating clarity. They understand that to feel everything is not to be everything. And in this understanding, a new kind of love is born, one that is rooted, discerning, and whole. The empath no longer seeks to be understood by others because they have finally understood themselves. And this, Jung would say, is the highest form of spiritual wisdom, the moment when the empath, through awakening, becomes not a reflection of the world's emotions, but a mirror of the divine. Have you ever felt lost in everyone else's emotions and forgotten who you truly are? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from your journey. If not, comment, "I will rediscover myself." And let's begin this path of self-awareness together through Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. 2. The empathic shadow. Carl Jung taught that every empath carries within them a hidden psychological shadow, the unconscious need to be needed. This is the wounded healer complex, a pattern where your self-worth becomes tied to saving others, where you unconsciously seek purpose through other people's pain. You feel valuable only when you're helping, fixing, or understanding someone. Yet beneath that kindness hides exhaustion and silent resentment. You carry the unspoken anger that comes from years of emotional overextension, from giving more than you receive, from crossing your own boundaries in the name of love. This is the spiritual illusion many empaths live inside, believing that spirituality means endless sacrifice, when in truth, real spiritual growth begins with learning that compassion without boundaries is self-destruction. Jung observed that this pattern often begins in childhood, when an empath learns to survive by tuning in to the moods of others. You may have grown up reading your parents' energy, calming conflict before it erupted, or absorbing emotions to keep peace. That sensitivity became your gift, but also your prison. As an adult, you may enter relationships where you constantly play the healer, the listener, the safe space, yet feel unseen and depleted. You begin to wonder why love feels like labor and why you always end up emotionally tired. Jung believed this is because you confuse empathy with merging. You take on others' emotions as your own, losing your sense of self in the process. The empath becomes a mirror for everyone but themselves, reflecting others' pain while forgetting their own reflection. The path of spiritual awakening for the empath is the path of reclaiming the self. It is not about shutting down your heart, but learning to protect it. It is understanding that your energy is sacred and that saying no is sometimes the most loving act you can offer. Jung's work reminds us that individuation, becoming who you truly are, begins the moment you stop defining yourself by what others need from you. True spirituality is not about saving the world. It is about aligning with your own soul so deeply that your very presence becomes healing. When you honor your boundaries, your light grows purer. When you stop rescuing others, you rescue yourself. When you stop absorbing everyone's emotions, you finally hear the quiet wisdom of your own inner voice. As you grow in awareness, you realize that helping others is not your identity. It is a natural expression of your wholeness. You no longer give from emptiness or guilt, but from fullness and peace. You no longer seek validation through your ability to care, because your worth is no longer built on pain. Jung's hidden map to the empath's true self reveals that love without self-awareness turns into bondage, but love guided by consciousness becomes freedom. Spiritual growth invites you to balance heart and boundary, compassion and clarity, giving and receiving. And in that balance, you find that your presence alone, not your sacrifice, is what truly heals others. Comment below, I am ready to face my shadow. If you're ready to embrace your true self and step into your power, let this be your moment of awakening, empath. 3. The false persona. Many empaths grow up believing that love must be earned through selflessness, and over time they unconsciously create what Carl Jung would call a false persona, a sensitive healer mask that radiates endless compassion and warmth. On the surface, this seems noble, but beneath it lies a quiet exhaustion. You may smile when you want to cry, comfort others when you need comfort, or pretend to be strong when your spirit is running on empty. The more you give, the more people adore you, yet the less you feel connected to who you truly are. Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that this mask isn't born from deceit, but from survival. As children, many empaths learned that peace existed only when everyone else was calm. So, you adapted. You tuned in to every emotion in the room, absorbing pain like a sponge and translating chaos into harmony. It became your gift and your cage. The persona grew stronger with every moment you silenced your own needs to protect someone else's heart. Jung understood that every persona conceals a shadow. For empaths, that shadow often holds the emotions you've been taught to suppress: anger, frustration, the desire to say no, or the longing to be seen for who you are rather than what you give. When these parts of you stay buried, they start whispering through anxiety, fatigue, or a vague sense of being lost. You might think you're broken, but you're not. You're just carrying too many emotions that aren't yours. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This means that the healing path isn't about rejecting your empathy. It's about reclaiming your authenticity. The mask you wear to keep others comfortable is the same one that hides your own brilliance. To find yourself again, begin noticing the subtle moments when your kindness turns into performance. When you help because you fear rejection instead of because you truly want to, pause and breathe. Ask yourself, what do I feel right now? What do I need? Every time you choose honesty over perfection, you take a step toward individuation, the process Jung described as becoming whole. It's not easy, because authenticity demands courage. You will disappoint people who prefer the version of you that exists for their comfort. But as Jung taught, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. That terror is also the threshold to freedom. When you stop defining your worth through how much you can fix, heal, or please, you begin to discover the quiet strength of simply being. This is where true spiritual wisdom begins, not in becoming more loving, but in learning to love yourself as deeply as you love others. To be authentic doesn't mean abandoning compassion. It means allowing compassion to include you. When you release the pressure to always be the healer, you make space to be human. You stop chasing approval and start embodying truth. Empaths were never meant to drown in others' emotions. They were meant to understand them without losing their center. The false persona may have earned you acceptance, but your soul craves alignment. When you finally remove the mask, you don't become less light. You become real. And in that realness, every wound turns into wisdom. Every boundary becomes an act of grace. And every breath reminds you that being true to yourself is the highest form of love there is. 4. The individuation map. The first stage of Carl Jung's hidden map for the empathic soul is shadow integration, a courageous process of facing the darkness within the unhealed parts that crave validation, the anger buried beneath compassion, and the wounds that quietly demand to be needed. Jung's spirituality reminds us that true healing begins not when we suppress our pain, but when we meet it with awareness. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. For empaths, this means recognizing how the desire to fix others often masks the longing to be seen, loved, and understood. It is a spiritual awakening that asks you to stop identifying with your pain and instead learn from it, transforming emotional chaos into inner strength. By allowing yourself to feel fully without judgment, you begin to reclaim your energy and see that your sensitivity was never weakness. It was divine intelligence guiding you toward truth. The second stage, persona dissolution, invites the empath to release the caretaker identity, the mask built to earn love through sacrifice and silence. Many empaths mistake self-erasure for compassion, believing that peace means pleasing everyone. But Jung's path of spirituality and individuation exposes this illusion. The persona is the role you play to survive in a world that often misunderstands your depth. To dissolve it is to free yourself from the burden of constantly rescuing others at the cost of your own peace. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." This stage teaches that loving others does not require losing yourself, and empathy without boundaries becomes self-betrayal. The moment you stop apologizing for your light, you begin to embody the essence of authentic love, one that nourishes rather than depletes. The third stage, active imagination, is where your spiritual awakening deepens. Here, Jung encourages you to enter dialogue with your unconscious through dreams, symbols, and reflections. This is the sacred language of the soul, where intuition speaks in whispers and archetypes reveal hidden truths. For the empath, this stage is a rediscovery of inner power, transforming emotional sensitivity into spiritual insight. Through meditation, journaling, and creative visualization, you connect with the deeper layers of your psyche that have long waited to be heard. Each dream and emotional trigger becomes a bridge between your conscious mind and your higher self. In this space, you begin to see that spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about entering it with awakened awareness, where every experience, even pain, becomes a teacher. The final stage, self-realization, marks the moment when the empath steps fully into wholeness. Here, empathy is no longer a wound, but a gift refined by wisdom. You no longer absorb others' emotions unconsciously. You sense them with clarity, compassion, and strength. Jung's spirituality shows that the goal of awakening is not detachment, but balance to love deeply without losing yourself. Healthy empathy blooms when you can give without depletion and receive without guilt. Boundaries are no longer walls. They become sacred spaces that protect your peace while allowing love to flow freely. In this state of self-realization, the empath no longer sees themselves as broken or too sensitive, but as an awakened soul, grounded, discerning, and radiant with inner authority. Through shadow integration, persona dissolution, active imagination, and self-realization, Jung's hidden map becomes not just a path of psychology, but a living journey of spiritual awakening, where the empath finally remembers that their light was never lost, only waiting to be seen from within. If this message speaks to your soul, subscribe and turn on the notification bell. Your journey of self-discovery and individuation continues with every insight you unlock. 5. Archetypal empathy. Empaths carry within them the invisible currents of archetypal energy, the deep, timeless forces that Carl Jung called the collective unconscious. These energies, such as the victim, the savior, or the mother, are not random emotions, but living symbols that move through the human soul. When an empath unconsciously channels these archetypes, their empathy becomes overwhelming. They take on everyone's pain, trying to save, to heal, to comfort, without realizing that these impulses are not entirely their own. The victim archetype makes them feel responsible for suffering that doesn't belong to them. The savior archetype pushes them to rescue others, even at the cost of their own peace. The mother archetype urges them to give endlessly, even when their spirit is empty. These patterns create emotional compulsions that leave them drained and disoriented, unsure where their energy ends and another's begins. Yet Jung taught that what is unconscious rules us until it becomes conscious. Once you begin to see these energies for what they are, ancient forces, not personal burdens, everything changes. Empathy transforms from emotional chaos into sacred power. Spirituality and spiritual growth begin when awareness enters these hidden patterns. Instead of being consumed by the victim, you learn from it compassion without martyrdom. Instead of becoming the savior, you embody love without losing yourself. Instead of being trapped in the mother's self-sacrifice, you nurture from a place of balance and strength. The moment you realize that you are the vessel through which these archetypes flow, not their prisoner, your empathy becomes an instrument of wisdom rather than exhaustion. This awareness does not disconnect you from others. It connects you more deeply, but with boundaries made of light. You begin to sense emotions with clarity instead of confusion. You recognize that not everything you feel belongs to you. You become the observer, still compassionate but anchored in your own soul. You start to hold space for others without absorbing their chaos. This is the alchemy of empathy that Jung hinted at, turning unconscious energy into conscious power, turning feeling into wisdom, turning pain into purpose. Through spirituality, you no longer drown in collective emotions. You become the healer who understands them. Every time you stay centered in your awareness, you elevate the energy around you. Every act of self-understanding ripples outward, transforming empathy into divine equilibrium. This is how the empath's journey, once filled with confusion and fatigue, becomes the very path to spiritual growth, where sensitivity evolves into sacred mastery and feeling too much finally becomes a feeling with divine intelligence. 6. Conscious empathy and emotional sovereignty. Empaths who begin to awaken often realize that they have been living their lives entangled in the emotional webs of others, unable to tell where their energy ends and someone else's begins. Carl Jung, through his profound spiritual wisdom, explained that the journey toward wholeness, what he called individuation, requires learning emotional sovereignty, the art of feeling without absorbing. True empathy does not mean merging with everyone's pain. It means standing in awareness so deep that you can witness another's suffering without drowning in it. When you reach this level of consciousness, you no longer confuse compassion with self-sacrifice, nor love with the need to fix. You begin to help others from a place of fullness rather than from the empty wounds of your own unhealed past. Carl Jung believed that when an empath loses their boundaries, the psyche becomes flooded with projections, illusions, and foreign emotions that blur the sense of self. He called this psychic inflation, a condition in which your inner world becomes too crowded with energies that do not belong to you. Spiritual wisdom teaches that this happens because empathy, when unconscious, becomes an open channel without discernment. But the awakened empath learns to close the channel when necessary, not out of coldness, but out of clarity. You start to understand that saying no is a sacred act, and that boundaries are not barriers, but bridges to authentic connection. You stop rescuing others out of guilt or fear, and instead offer your energy as a conscious gift, one that empowers rather than enables. As you step into emotional sovereignty, you begin to notice how emotions flow through you like waves, yet you remain the ocean vast, grounded, unshaken. Jung often compared the path of individuation to alchemy, where the raw lead of unconscious reaction is transformed into the gold of awareness. Each time you observe an emotion and recognize, this is not mine, you are refining your soul. Each boundary you establish becomes a ring of light around your spirit, protecting your peace while allowing your compassion to shine even brighter. Emotional sovereignty does not isolate you. It connects you more deeply to humanity because you no longer serve from pain, but from power. You begin to radiate healing simply by being centered in your own truth. When you cultivate this awareness, you understand that empathy is not a burden, but a sacred instrument tuned to divine frequencies. You learn to sense, feel, and understand others while remaining rooted in your own inner harmony. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In reclaiming your awareness, you stop being unconsciously directed by others' emotions or the chaos of the world. You become a calm presence amid noise, a mirror that reflects truth without distortion. To be an individuated empath is to embody the balance between heart and wisdom, to love without losing yourself, to feel without falling apart, to give without forgetting that your energy is holy. This is the transformation Jung envisioned, where empathy evolves into enlightenment and compassion becomes your natural state of being. 7. Practical empathic alchemy. Emotional sorting is the sacred art of recognizing what emotions are truly yours, a vital act of self-awareness that marks the beginning of your spiritual awakening. Many empaths carry emotional energy that does not belong to them. Fear, grief, or anxiety that has been unconsciously absorbed from others. Jung's wisdom reminds us that the path to wholeness begins with discernment. When you learn to pause and ask yourself, is this emotion mine? You reclaim the power to separate truth from illusion. Emotions are visitors, not permanent residents. They pass through you, but they are not your identity. The moment you become the conscious observer rather than the absorber, you begin to experience emotional freedom. You start to feel lighter, clearer, and more rooted in your own energy, understanding that empathy is not about taking on pain, but about transforming it into compassion through awareness. Boundary rituals are the next step in this empathic alchemy. They are not just mental barriers, but spiritual practices that protect the sacred temple of your energy. Every empath must learn that self-preservation is not selfishness. It is alignment with divine order. Jung once observed that loneliness is not a lack of people, but a lack of understanding. Boundaries allow you to reconnect with your inner voice and maintain that understanding with yourself. Cleansing rituals, mindful solitude, breathwork, prayer, or even spending time in nature are ways to strengthen your energetic shield. When you see your energy as sacred space, you stop giving unrestricted access to those who drain your light. Boundaries teach others how to love you properly and remind you that your peace is holy. Protecting your energy becomes a daily act of devotion, a form of spiritual discipline that keeps your empathy balanced and clear. Authentic expression is where your soul begins to breathe again. So many empaths silence their truth to avoid conflict, but this silence only suffocates the soul. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that means allowing your authentic self to speak without fear. Expressing your truth does not mean shouting louder. It means speaking honestly, with presence and love. Each time you express what is real for you, you release the tension of suppressed emotions and restore harmony between your inner masculine and feminine energies, your strength and your sensitivity. Living authentically allows your outer life to reflect your inner truth. Your words, choices, and actions begin to align with your higher self, and that alignment radiates peace, confidence, and spiritual power. The more you embody your truth, the more your presence alone becomes healing for others. Shadow work is the final and most profound stage of transformation. It invites you to confront the darker sides of empathy, the urge to fix others, the subtle superiority of believing you are responsible for their healing, or the hidden control masked as compassion. Jung revealed that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. When you face your shadow with humility, you uncover the deeper motives behind your empathy. You learn that true compassion does not rescue. It respects free will. It does not absorb pain. It understands pain. By integrating your shadow, you transform empathy from emotional chaos into spiritual mastery. You no longer drown in the suffering of others because you have turned your own darkness into light. That is the alchemy Jung spoke of, the process where empathy matures into wisdom, where sensitivity becomes strength, and where spirituality is no longer about escaping the world, but about living in it with awareness, grace, and divine clarity. As we move deeper into the path of empathic alchemy, let's honor the courage it takes to transform sensitivity into true spiritual wisdom. Your presence here means you're not just feeling, you're learning to transmute emotion into power. Comment below, "I am mastering the art of empathic alchemy," to affirm your growth on this sacred journey. Now, let's continue unveiling Carl Jung's hidden map to your true self. 8. Integration and rebirth. True individuation is not a gentle awakening, but a sacred dismantling of a psychological death that precedes rebirth. It is the moment when the empath finally releases the identity of the wounded healer, the one who has carried everyone's burdens, mistaking compassion for self-erasure. As Carl Jung revealed, the path of the self demands that we turn inward and reclaim what has long been fragmented. This is not a rejection of empathy, but its transformation into conscious empathy, the kind that feels deeply yet remains rooted in inner peace. It is a profound stage of spirituality and spiritual growth, where you begin to understand that saving others is not your mission. Embodying your light is. The empath who once dissolved into others' pain now becomes a radiant lighthouse, steady, luminous, and sovereign, guiding others not by rescuing them, but by showing what inner balance looks like. You no longer absorb every emotion around you. Instead, you hold them in awareness, like waves passing around a rock that does not move. This is how true healing begins, not by taking in the darkness of others, but by allowing your light to remain unshaken within it. As you grow in consciousness, the energy that once scattered across everyone's chaos now gathers within your own field, like a golden current of clarity. Compassion matures into discernment. You start recognizing that boundaries are not walls. They are sacred lines of self-respect drawn by love. The awakened empath's gift is no longer self-sacrifice, but sacred service. In this rebirth, you learn to give without depletion, to love without losing yourself, to feel without drowning. You stop confusing your purpose with the pain you once carried, realizing instead that every wound was a teacher, every heartbreak a portal. Each time you faced emotional collapse, your soul was guiding you toward the awareness that wholeness was never something to be earned. It was who you already were beneath all the noise. Carl Jung called this arrival the encounter with the self, the divine center of consciousness where opposites unite. Here, light and shadow are no longer enemies, but allies revealing the fullness of who you are. You understand that your empathy was never a weakness. It was a compass pointing toward divine integration. You no longer need to heal by merging with others. You heal by embodying your truth so completely that it naturally elevates those around you. The old empath dies so the true empath can be born, one who radiates serenity instead of suffering, one who knows that stillness is not emptiness but power contained. This is what it means to walk the path of conscious empathy, to become light that neither blinds nor burns, but simply shines. And through that shining, you realize the deepest truth. Spiritual growth is not about adding more light, but remembering that you are light itself. When you stop identifying with wounds and begin identifying with wisdom, your very presence becomes medicine. You become what Jung called the living symbol of the self, the embodiment of balance, love, and divine purpose. This is the true integration and rebirth of the empath. A soul no longer seeking to fix the world, but anchoring peace within it, showing that real spirituality is not about escaping life, but becoming fully alive within it. And remember, dear soul, the path of an empath isn't about escaping the world's emotions. It's about remembering who you are beneath them. As Carl Jung taught, the true journey is not toward becoming someone new, but toward awakening to the self that has always been within you. So take this wisdom into your daily life and let it guide you back home to your authentic power. If this message has touched your heart, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos that will continue to illuminate your spiritual path.